Anita, you are on mute.
Hello. Who am I talking to right now?
No.
Okay, we will start streaming in 2 minutes. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear ambassadors, dear attendees, panelists, speakers, and other guests, warm greetings to you all and welcome to our online event. Welcome to 3rd Latin American and Caribbean Conference, to the traditional high-level panel opportunities of the cooperation. This year's conference is organized in the run-up to the Slovenian presidency of the European Council in the second half of this year. I do hope you're doing okay, are ready to spend, let's say, next 3 hours with us on our online event that we have prepared for you. There is a morning for some of you, there is afternoon for some of us. We're having a great day here in Slovenia, in Ljubljana. I hope you're having one too. Anita Mlakar is my name. I will be the moderator of this event, your host for the next 3 hours. And let me tell you some details about this event. Since 2018, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia within the Bled Strategic Forum has been organizing the 3rd Latin American and Caribbean Days International Conference, aimed at strengthening bilateral and bi-regional cooperation. The conference also presents the opportunity for Slovenian businesses, institutions, and public on one hand, and the representatives of the region on the other to get better knowledge of one another. The 3rd edition of the conference is taking place right now from 19th to 23rd of April, with the majority of activities in virtual format due to pandemic. Conference is focusing on the challenges of cooperation, possibilities of enhancement of economic cooperation and cooperation in the field of culture, scientific research, and environmental challenges with an emphasis on sustainable water management. This year's pandemic has had a particular strong impact on these areas. Therefore, economic discussions will focus on existing opportunities and offer an insight into possible cooperation, as well as explore possible synergies between partners. In case of interest, today's forum is also an opportunity for networking for all of you. So I'm inviting you to chat, to Q&A, to communicate, to let us know who you want to connect with, and organizers will send you contact, or maybe you will connect with someone here directly. Please, dear participants, do use Q&A for asking questions to our speakers. They will be answering them and the discussion at the end of discussion, at the end of the conference. We invited high representatives of the two regions from certain UE and Latin American Caribbean countries to address the topic in their presentations. So enough from my side for starters, because we have so many interesting subjects and speakers coming up. And we will start with welcome remarks of the organizers of this conference. So let me welcome and introduce to you Magister Istok Grmek, Director General, Directorate for Economic and Public Diplomacy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia. Nice welcome.
Dear moderator, Anita Mlakar, I wish you a nice day. And also good morning to all of our friends in Latin America and Caribbean. Thank you for the floor. Dear Excellencies, ambassadors, dear colleagues from the diplomatic community, dear colleagues from the business community, dear fellow Slovenians, dear friends from Latin America and Caribbean. On behalf of Slovenian economic diplomacy, part which is dealt also in which it has a high priority in the scope of the Slovenian foreign policy. Allow me to welcome you today for this forum on bilateral, bi-regional economic cooperation, which promises to be an invaluable tool for strengthening Slovenia's economic cooperation with the Latin American and Caribbean countries, and an excellent opportunity to establish new contacts. Some of colleagues also on the net, you know that we just recently had a very successful joint commission with one of our leading partners in Latin America. That joint commission was a proof that there is a big mutual interest and potential for our future cooperation. Crucial for me is also that Slovenian companies present here today will outline their ambition in the region. And herewith I especially would like to greet all the companies which regularly use the services of the Slovenian economic diplomacy. Representatives of the region are also with us today from Invest Chile, from Agencia Argentina de Inversiones y Comercio Internacional, from Mexican Business Council for Foreign Trade, Investment and Technology, with acronym COMCE, as well as representatives of the region in Europe, the Chamber of Commerce Europe, Central America, and Eurocen in Brussels. I will just mention my colleagues and friends which will also participate, who already confirmed their participation in today's event. So first I will start with our residential colleague and friend, with the Brazilian ambassador. Then I would also like to greet our ambassador of Mexico in Austria, and the ambassador of Paraguay in Austria as well. But also, like I said, I'm greeting all the others, all the other colleagues. So buenos dias to everybody. We will also hear a presentation of the Slovenian Enterprise Fund on the support available to the small and medium-sized enterprises entering the Latin American markets. I'm so glad that our dear colleague, director of this fund, is with us, Director Maja Tomanic-Vidovic. I'm delighted to see among us representatives of the Slovenian business communities based in the region, such as the Slovenian, Brazilian, and Slovenian Argentinian Chamber of Commerce. I know that we have with us the president of Argentinian Chamber, so buenos dias to you as well as the Slovenian Global Business Network, which is a very helpful institution in opening doors to interested business entities. With regard to Slovenian Global Business Network, because I greeted so many people, I'm also greeting Dr. Stefan Bogdaj-Šale and Director of Slobras, Matjaž Cokan. Well, as most of you know, the efforts of Slovenian companies towards internationalization are also supported by honorary consuls, most of whom are closely connected to various sectors of the economy and can therefore provide assistance in entering the markets. I can confirm that Slovenia has very active honorary consuls in Mexico, in Argentina, in Brazil, in Panama, in Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, and Peru. I hope that I didn't forgot somebody. About the names of these ladies and gentlemen, I can say that you can find them on the web pages of the Slovenian Foreign Office, so for additional context. Well, company presentations will be sent later to all participating representatives of the region, as well as to the honorary consuls of Slovenia in the region. And it will be also distributed to relevant institutions in order to find an appropriate partner. Well, if you give me a few more minutes, allow me to briefly outline Slovenia's current economic cooperation with the region of Latin America and Caribbean. Slovenian trade with the countries, with your countries, is relatively modest due to the, of course, global pandemic. We have negative figures in last year, but of course we have much more promising situation for the present year. Trade with the region amounted altogether almost €500 million last year. So very exactly 448 million euros, what means minus 9%, whereby half of the trade takes place with Brazil, but also Mexico on the other side is the largest export partner for Slovenia in Latin American and Caribbean region. Like I said, in total, Brazil is a leading one, and it's also our largest import partner. There are many businesses and business opportunities which can prove strengthening of our economic cooperation. However, a number of factors have make it difficult to achieve greater progress in facilitation cooperation. For example, these crucial factors are especially distance. We are not so close, but okay, the world is global, but still the distance is an important factor. Another factor is, and that's why it's also the aim of this conference and this webinar, it's lack of knowledge about local customs and language, local business opportunities. So that's why it's so important to recognize the niche opportunities. We are, as you know, a relatively small country, but we have our, I call that moments, but on the other side, we can say these are niche opportunities where Slovenia in many domains is a global player. The good practices and experiences of companies that have managed to penetrate the region must be followed. Many Slovenian companies are looking for a distributor in the region. And also this conference with the presence of this business community on the webinar will help this Slovenian and I'm sure also the representatives of Latin American and Caribbean businesses. Allow me to briefly also, and that's the last part of my presentation, to briefly outline the Slovenia's present macroeconomic picture. The Slovenian companies and economy have not been spared by the effects of the global pandemic. In 2020, GDP fell by 5.5%, so almost 6%, which is still better than it was expected with the grim expectation a year ago. But in 2021, these prospects are brighter, and we are expecting the growth of economic growth of GDP of almost 5%. So by our macroeconomic institute, we can expect the growth of 4.7%. The service sector, especially tourism and travels and services connected to these two main branches, have been like, I think, all around hit the hardest in the first and in the second wave due to fall of partial lockdown measures imposed throughout in the past 12 months. Household consumption felt also accordingly. Export-oriented activities and construction, for example, are bright examples and were not significantly affected. This is very important because export is the main driver of Slovenian economy. We are a very export-oriented country because exports represent around 85% of everything we produce. Export and industry have almost returned to the pre-pandemic levels in the last quarter of 2020, and similar goes for the first quarter of 2021. The Slovenian government the priority of Slovenian government is to deal with the present economic situation, and the government passed 8 anti-corona packages worth approximately 6 billion euros, what is for economy which has close to 50 billion of GDP. It's a very significant figure. Half of that amount has been redistributed to different sectors so far. Well, these government interventions were vital also in the job market. So about the COVID, I can say that, and also the colleagues from the Latin American, Caribbean countries which are in Slovenia, you are aware that after a very problematic period with the lockdown, with the complete lockdown of the state, the prospects and last figures about the COVID infections are getting better, and is in the program of the government that by the end of June, that approximately almost 60% of the total population will be or would be vaccinated. So allow me, really, sorry for being so long. I wish you all success in this networking, and I wish that the forum leads to a new and enduring business relationship. And finally, to ensure that all participants can enjoy the advantages arising from the forum. And I would like also to help moderator Anita to ask the speakers, please do not exceed the allotted time, like unfortunately I did, but I hope that you heard and remember something interesting from this presentation. Anita, floor back to you, and best regards to everybody. And I will be very eager to follow this webinar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grmek. Thank you for your help, by the way, and thank you for your welcome remarks. So let's go on. Let me announce our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Renato Mosca de Souza, Ambassador of Brazil in Slovenia, and he will talk about opportunities and difficulties of the post-COVID time or moments. Please.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to congratulate the Slovenian government for the organization of this conference. and to greet everyone using the name of Ambassador Isaac Germek. I would say first that we are more than aware of challenging times we live because COVID-19 pandemic has imposed some challenges to our countries, societies, and economies. We have to manage these challenges in the post-COVID world. This is essential. It's more or less consensus that our countries and regions must cooperate even more to recover economy. I mean, not only bilateral relations, Slovenia, Brazil, but also by regional relations, Mercosur, European Union. As everybody knows, next semester, Slovenia will be in charge of the presidency of the European Union Council. One important issue in the agenda remains the ratification of the bi-regional agreement by national parliaments. It's crucial that our regions work together and contribute to the approval of this agreement. That will certainly help very much in the economy recovery. As far as Slovenia is concerned, Brazil has focused on increasing bilateral trade and diversifying its exports. This is very important because we have now the same concentration of only two products, soya and coffee, around 90% of the total. This is the reality of our Brazilian exports to Slovenia. Of course, bilateral trade or bilateral exchange has been positive and growing in the last 10 years. However, if we consider recent official figures, bilateral exchange recorded 10–20% less in 2019 compared to 2018. The numbers for 2020 are a little bit more. The numbers for 2021 are a little bit more positive. According, for example, to IMF, the world economy will grow around 6%, and next year around 4.5%. I understand this recovery, economic recovery, should be, of course, underpinned by more trade, investments, and cooperation, because international trade will certainly be one of the driving forces to the economic recovery. I have always said that Brazil, Mercosur, and Latin American countries offer infinite possibilities in terms of business and markets. It's useful that Slovenian companies and businessmen we have here taking part today, many of them make an additional effort, like Arex has done recently, as an example, to identify, of course, new opportunities to their products in Latin America. Still in bilateral relations, last month, March, Brazilian and Slovenian officials took part in the third mixed commission or bilateral commission on economic cooperation. And part of this meeting, of course, was dedicated to economic issues and trade. But important part was to find new ways to foster our links in science, technology, and innovation. I thank you, Ambassador Gurmek, to have been our host in that occasion, and we agreed to this next month, May, to have a workshop on artificial intelligence to discuss concrete partnerships and maybe a roadmap for future cooperation for the future. And I don't doubt that not only trade, but also cooperation in science, technology, innovation will be, we have an even more decisive role in this post-pandemic period. So on the other side, I would like to remind that some scholars have argued that because of the difficulties during COVID-19 and the idea of building a resilience in the supply chains, it should be expected a kind of deglobalization. And at the same time, the need of diversification of production centers or partners. Of course, diversification of markets and suppliers has been always a positive process, and Slovenia is engaged in this process, and Latin America is prepared to offer huge markets to European countries as a whole. In this sense, according to this idea, I am really convinced that it will be necessary more international trade and investments, more integration between our economies, and of course more science and technology cooperation, and especially a shared view to accomplish this economic recovery. And this is very important, that this economic recovery, of course, must be sustainable, must be green, must be digital, and always aiming to a positive social impact in the society, of course. Wrapping up, answer your question, for post-COVID world, we must focus on dialogue, trade and cooperation. These are some trends we'll have to follow to have in the near future a better economy. This is the famous building back better, to have better economies all over the world. Okay, I give you the floor to you back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. I'm looking forward to the wrap up of the conference that we will be together at the end. So thank you very much for now. From Slobras, Chamber of Commerce, Slovenia, Brazil in Sao Paulo, we are happy to welcome Vice President Mrs. Tatjana Močenik. She will be introducing Slobras and the project Virtual Map of Slovene Companies in Brazil, since she is the author of the project. Please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mlakar. First of all, good afternoon to everybody. Dear ambassadors, your excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Mrs. Mateja Perošek and Mrs. Suzana Pendic, dober dan, good afternoon in the name of the Chamber of Commerce, Slovenia, Brazil, Slobras. It is a real pleasure to be with you today, and I would like to thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Bled Strategic Forum for this conference, and special thanks to Katarina Kužnik for all the support. If you allow me, I would like to share with you a short presentation. Just a second. It is okay? Do you see the presentation? Yeah. Okay. Chamber of Commerce, Slovenia, Brazil, Slobras. I would like to greet at this moment our President, Matthias Sokan, and also our Honorary President, Dr. Šalej. Just shortly, our activity started in '91, since independence of Slovenia by a group of entrepreneurs from Slovenia community in Sao Paulo. And since then, we had a lot of interesting history, but let's focus on today. Slobraz, as Chamber of Commerce Slovenia Brazil, was registered in 2015, and since then we are the main agent for economic and commercial cooperation between Slovenia and Brazil. We offer support and solutions for companies in go-to-market planning. We are also very active member of Eurocameras, most representative umbrella organization for European companies, which represent more than 5,000 European industries and companies in Brazil. We are promoting EU-Mercosur Free Trade Agreement. I prepared some numbers here about the trade balance between Slovenia and Brazil. But Ambassador Mr. Mosca already gave us some overview, so I will not lose time with this. But just to show you the numbers of 2020, we can see that Brazil has a big surplus in trade balance between two countries. But if we compare exports per capita, Slovenian exports are quite much higher. Brazil exports mostly commodities, and Slovenia exports added value products and technology. Where we can see opportunities, especially in niche products with added value. IT companies from Slovenia participate in healthcare and telecommunication projects. Before COVID-19, strong cooperation and investment in tourism. Port of Koper is the main entry port for transportation for Central and Southeast Europe. Just few of the Slovenian companies which are present in Brazil: Gorenje, Typhoon, Bompet, Devesoft, Hila, Movia, Puklavec, and some others. Our activities in 2020, we organized more than 20 online events in order to promote Slovenian businesses and culture. We managed to connect people from all around the Brazil, and our main focus is networking and cooperation and helping Slovenian businesses to grow. One of the activities we realized in the December 2020, in order to help Slovenian companies from the field of the food and beverage segment, and also Slovenian diaspora, which lives here in Brazil and produce the products. We prepared some basket of Slovenian Christmas treats, and we managed to have six different suppliers. We sold more than 60 baskets, which was around 300 kilos of the products. Another important project which we realize is our virtual map of Slovenian companies, products and services in Brazil. You can assess the map on this link, but I would just like to briefly show you what is the whole idea. We prepared this virtual map in order to promote businesses in new reality as like a virtual showroom. It helps us with the search and also enables promotion of the Slovenian companies, products and services from Slovenian companies and also entire Slovene diaspora here in Brazil. The main focus is to increase businesses. The map is available in Slovenian, English and Portuguese language. And you can search by different segments, different categories, subcategories. You can search by the company names, by the keywords, and then pressing the company, you will get the full information of the company. Realization of this map is made by Slobraz and also Embassy of the Republic of Slovenia, Brasilia, our main sponsor, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and support Slovenian Global Business Network and Union of Slovenians of Brazil. And I would like to thank everybody for this support and help. As our main objective is to help Slovenian companies to enter to the Brazilian market, I would like to share with you here our contacts. Please do not hesitate to contact us. We are at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tatiana Močenik. Just to have a short question for you. Is there a big interest of Slovene companies, in this COVID situation, this COVID times, seeking for your help?
Yes, lately we notice some increase of the companies, and we are very glad to help.
That is good information. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, the virtual map is a project that will be expanded to other markets, to other countries. That is why I'm inviting our next speaker to the stage. Ms. Mateja Perovšek-Čukini, Executive Manager of Slovenian Global Business Network in Sao Paulo. They want to connect Slovenian business diaspora and expats and encourage cooperation and exchange of business opportunity. She has prepared the presentation of network and will talk about plans to expand the virtual map of Slovenian companies within the network. Please.
Good morning from Brazil, and good afternoon to all participating on today's forum. Lepo pozdravljeni vsi. Thank you, Ms. Anita Mlakar, for my introduction, and especially my colleague Tatiana Močenik for this nice presentation. My special greetings goes to Mr. Ambassador Isto Grmek. We appreciate your support and cooperation with our organization, and congratulations on today's event. And also greetings to Ms. Maja Tomanić-Vidović, Director of Slovene Enterprise Fund, driven force of Slovenian business excellence. So Brazilian Ambassador in Slovenia, His Excellency, Mr. Renato Mosca de Souza. Boa tarde. Mateja Perovšek-Čukini is my name, born in capital of Slovenia, Ljubljana, and currently living in Rio de Janeiro for almost 14 years now. It's my great honor to be representing the Slovenian Global Business Network organization as the executive manager among such important panelists presenting today. Our organization is the brainchild of Mr. Dr. Stefan Šalek and is grounded in 60 years of experience with Slovenian business communities around the globe. It was designed also by Ambassador Aljaž Gosnar, an experienced Slovenian diplomat, and Dr. Petar Kraljić, Director of McKinsey. We operate legally within Slovenian Brazilian Chamber of Commerce and with big support of Government's Office for Slovenians Abroad. As Ms. Mlakar also already mentioned, we want to connect Slovenian business diaspora and expats and encourage cooperation and exchange of business opportunities. Excuse me. In Latin America, the Caribbean, we have a strong Slovenian economic diaspora, mainly in Brazil and Argentina. Companies in all fields from production, finance, tourism, food, IT, agriculture, and other services, mostly competitive and globally connected. We have already connected with a few companies between Argentina and Brazil in our virtual event last year, with big number participating of business people from the regions. We want even greater connections with companies from other countries of Latin America and Caribbean. We consider that together with our colleagues in Slovenian Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, we can be a very important link both for the increase of the Slovenian economy in the region, as well as the economies from other regions in the world. With economic diplomacy, bilateral relations between Slovenia and the world. The appeal is that diaspora exists, and it's an active link, globally competitive. And the connecting link is our organization, Slovenian Global Business Network, for this. We wish closely also to cooperate with Slovenian Chamber of Commerce in Argentina. About the interactive map of Slovenian businesses and products, which my colleague, Ms. Tatjana Močanik, designed and has presented to you. With help of our organizations, Slovenian Global Business Network, the next steps are, or is, to expand the map to other countries with brand name Slovenian businesses in. So that depends on each country, will have the opportunity to name in their native language and present their businesses in their countries. I will send all the contacts below in chat box so you can follow all our activities and if you would like to contact us, of course. Congratulations again, and thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for gathering us here today and for the opportunity to present our organization. I wish you all good health, stay well, and goodbye, and I will stay here and listen to other presentations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matea Perovšek-Čupini. I hope you're ready for just a short question, because we were talking earlier and you said that you have a lot of events, connecting events. Since your aim is to connect Slovenian business diaspora and encourage cooperation, you said that you had participants from 43 countries attending one of your events, right? Right. So just going to correct the number. It was approximately 245 participants registered over 34 countries. And it was one of the biggest events. And we also had many panelists today presenting on that event in December. This event we will do annually, approximately 2 times per year, in help with the government for foreigners abroad, Slovenian foreigners abroad. And we're gonna let you know when we're gonna organize this next event. And we also have one of the programs monthly is the Slovenian businesswomen around the globe. And we started actually previous month. And this month we're gonna continue with many interesting hosts and business women in the field of business. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we are pleased to have a representative of a Brazilian company, Ms. Marta Bergles, who will be presenting Luminous Export Import and share some experience about doing business in Brazil. Nice welcome.
Good afternoon. Boa tarde. I'd like to first thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much. So I'm a Brazilian, just the opposite like Matea, who I know. It's a pleasure to see you here. I'm a Brazilian living in Slovenia. I've been living here for 8 years. And during this time, I've been working hard to make this bridge between Brazil and Slovenia in different fields, not only business, but also cultural, always with great support from Brazilian Embassy here in Slovenia. So after all these years, I decided to open a company in Brazil. So at the moment we have Luminous Brazil, which is an import-export company, and we are taking actually to Brazil next month the first Slovenian company. We are exporting LED lamps to Brazil, to the state of Porto Alegre, and we intend, of course, to distribute for the whole country. Because we, of course, know how big is Brazil and all the challenges, being a Brazilian, I know that we have, it's a great market. We decided also to make a partnership there with some other companies and to support not only in the field of research, but also with lawyers and all the kinds of support that we could give to Slovenian companies trying to enter the Brazilian market. So from, I believe the first import will arrive, the first ship with the lamps will arrive end of May. And from May on, we will have one more Slovenian company selling to Brazil, which for me, it's a pleasure after all this time that I've been hard working to trying to do. And maybe we'll have also some other Brazilian companies importing here. So thank you so much for the opportunity, Luminous Brazil. You can count on us, Slovenian companies, to bring you to our country. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for doing this connection and helping. I'm sure someone will contact you also if they need some help. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let me welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. Juan Francisco Facchetti, Ambassador of Paraguay in Slovenia. Professor Facchetti has been president of the National Institute of Technology and Standards and head of the Paraguayan negotiating group at the SGT3 Technical Standards Mercosur, which he will be introducing today. The stage is yours.
Dan, thank you very much for this very nice days for Latin American, Caribbean, and Slovenia. And I would like to, first of all, I would like to congratulate the government of Slovenia and to commend the organizers in the name of Ambassador Remek. It is my pleasure to address you today on behalf of my country to talk about Mercosur. As you know, Mercosur is a regional integration process initially established by Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and subsequently joined by Venezuela and Bolivia. And so Mercosur is an open and dynamic process. And since its creation's main objective has been to promote a common space that generates business and investment opportunities through the competitive integration of national economies into the international market. And as a result, it has established multiple agreements with countries or group of countries, granting them, in some cases, the status of associated states. This being the situation of South American countries. These participate in activities and meetings of the bloc and have trade preferences with the state parties. Mercosur has also signed commercial, political, or cooperation agreement with a diverse number of nations and organizations on all 5 continents. And other objectives of the agreements are the coordination of macroeconomic and sectoral policies between the states parties, and foreign, agriculture, industrial, fiscal, monetary, exchange and capital trade, services, custom, transportation, communication, and other that are agreed in order to ensure adequate conditions of jurisdictions between state parties. And so you can clearly see that this is not only about trade. The Treaty of Asunción mentioned in its preamble that the expansion of their domestic markets through integration should be achieved by making optimum use of available resources, preserving the environment, improving physical links or infrastructure, coordinating macroeconomic policies, and ensuring complementarity between the different sectors of the economy, based on the principle of gradualism, flexibility, and balance. So this is very important. And I would like also to mention that the Common Market Council decision, the first decision in 1992, approved the measures to ensure full compliance with the objectives set out in the Treaty of Mercosur. These decisions set deadlines for the task given into charge of different working groups, very important working groups. In this sense, this Common Market Council, through these several working groups, received specific instructions in the environmental field, and explicitly and also implicitly. In relation to the harmonization process, I would like to mention just three specific subgroups. The one for road transportation that deals with the dangerous transportation of dangerous groups, and the subgroup on industrial and technology policy that deals with the harmonization of national and state environmental legislations. And also the group number 7, which it was created, which created also an environmental commission. And also specifically, I would like to mention the working group number 8 that deals with agriculture policy, which is responsible for the sustainability of natural resources and environmental protection in the agriculture sector. And this working group developed a series of analyses of the present legislation we have in our 4 countries in order to delineate a regional policy for sustainable agriculture production. So this working group recommended actions aimed to promote agriculture production not dependent on the mere extraction of natural resources, but to give priority to preventive actions for conservation, for protection and improvement of the basins, and observing compliance in the context of agricultural activity and current legislation on protection of natural resources. So please allow me to, because I am a passionate promoter of sustainability policies and research on environmental chemistry, to explain some nice, very nice examples of sustainable production we have in Brazil as well as in Paraguay. And as you know, agriculture copes with increasing demands for food, timber, fibers, and bioenergy, while reducing emissions from production processes. I would like to mention just 2 studied cases about this: the case of sustainable farming in Paraguay and the neutral carbon meat developed in Mato Grosso do Sul in Brazil. In the case of Paraguay, we are a country of less than 7 million people, but we are producing food for 70 to 80 million people. This scenario offers additional opportunity specifically for the Mercosur beef chain, and to add value on exports, as well as to comply with social and environmental responsible program. Companies, because these are done by private companies, must address some aspects like animal welfare, water and soil conservation, while mitigating greenhouse gases emissions. Today, Paraguay is developing a sustainable production of cattle farming, and Brazil is already able to commercially supply such a service mentioned before, and through cattle farming and neutralizing or minimizing these greenhouse gases emissions by specific certified cattle systems. Many researchers, as Alves, Almeida, and others, mentioned that today discussions about innovation are on the top of our agenda, and this is absolutely true, and is linked to sustainable development goals. However, innovation relates not only to technology, but also to trade arrangements within the value chain. And in this context, supported by the Ministry of Agriculture of Brazil and the food supply through the low carbon agriculture plan, known in Brazil as the ABC plan, the Embrapa, which is the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, has developed trademarks based on specific certification protocols for beef production, so meat production. So they are able to fully neutralize emissions from cattle raised under silvopastoral system, or to substantially improve carbon balance through improved pastures. So this is just one example. These trademarks already on the in the market are the carbon neutral Brazilian beef and the low carbon Brazilian beef. So we think that this is a fantastic example that Brazil and the Mercosur are showing to the world. This is just one example of cooperation. We also have other examples of cooperation in how to reduce deforestation in the Atlantic forest. We did a fantastic work at the beginning of the 2000 decade, last decade, in order to reduce deforestation. But also, Mercosur countries, Paraguay, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay, we have done a fantastic work in order to know more about the largest aquifer in the world, which is the Guarani aquifer. And we are providing a lot of water, not only and pure water, not only to our countries, but also we are exporting to the 5 continents this water. So I just wanted to refer about this, the good cooperation that we are doing in this field, and is bringing benefits to Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Facchetti, also for your examples. Thank you. Now let's move on. Ms. Maja Tomanic-Vidovic, Director at Slovene Enterprise Fund. Hello and welcome. She will be presenting the network and support for small and medium-sized enterprises entering the Latin American markets, please.
Yes, hello to everybody from the Slovene Enterprise Fund, which is also the public financial institution to support the development of SMEs. And I believe this is quite important also for the future, that all these companies will cooperate. I will just share with you the presentation and just a second. So as you can see, we are, as I already said, we are the governmental support institution for entrepreneurship sector in Slovenia. And I think that I can say that everybody to present today is aware that in the global fight to overcome the COVID-19 disease, in which all our companies are also involved, also small and medium-sized companies, high-tech companies, all international community must work together. So government of Slovenia emphasizes the importance of business cooperation, especially of Slovenian high-tech companies in the market outside EU. And that is why we also dealing with this kind of activities. Otherwise, we are the provider of different favorable financial instruments for SMEs, fast-growing high-tech companies, and for innovative startups. So we combine debt, equity, and grant financial instruments with more favorable conditions. And all the time we try to combine these resources also with other financial institutions such as banks, venture funds, or business angels. A few years ago, we added substantive support programs which are focused to upgrade financial support and which try to improve the competitive situation, the competitive position of our companies. And as you can see here, we are facing with high growth of all our incentives, financial and substantive one, which is of course also the consequences of COVID crisis and difficult circumstances in which our companies have been pushed. Currently, SIF has more than 12,000 companies in active portfolio. And what is important that 1/3 of these companies, we can say for them that are from innovative sectors, from so-called high-tech sectors or developing technologies. Due to the COVID-19 crisis and also due to the small domestic market, Slovenia is very, very small domestic market, high-tech companies are of course forced to globalize their growth, not only through business, but especially also through joint development cooperation. Therefore, Slovene Enterprise Fund plays also a very relevant role in participation in joint projects for technology transfer and some first investments in the selector sector. And we are doing this together in close relationship with our international partners. One of them is also UNIDO at the United Nations. And it has become especially evident, especially now in the COVID time, and of course also in the post-COVID time, that some industries became particularly important, especially the pharmaceutical and medicine tech sector are under unique pressure to adapt to the rapidly changing circumstances. So we are aware that the transfer of know-how, expertise, and other experiences is very, very important for the future of this sector. Therefore, we are very pleased to cooperate in this ambition project with the topic fostering Slovenian Cuban innovation cluster for biopharma and medical sector. It presents a 2-year time project. It's an initiative project. And the main purpose is to establish a joint innovation virtual center or cluster, we can say, with a focus on the biopharmaceutical industry, which will enable the creation of joint development of the products, also drugs and vaccines, what is very important right now in this position. It is also, the main purpose is also to upgrade the initial innovation, to make some patent protection, registration of vaccines or drugs, and of course the commercialization of new drugs and vaccines. It is just, as I said, the initial project, which is started between 2 smaller countries, but of course it could be extended in the region, in the Latin American region, as a good model, and of course in our region, maybe to include some other Balkan countries. What is very interesting, or we are very happy that we already make some first contacts with some smaller high-tech companies from Brazil, with some entrepreneurs from Slovenia, and these companies are very interested to join to the project, and of course we will do on that. It is just, as I said, the model, and we will be very pleased to maybe to include also some other partners in this project. What is very good is also that I strongly believe that we will be able also to include some other industries or technologies such as digitalization, artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, also in this human resource sector, so that all these different technologies could combine and could give the synergy to the development. And of course, high-tech companies are very pleased if they can join together some different science results and technologies. The main partners of the projects on the Slovenian side, we are coordinators, so Slovene Enterprise Fund under the Ministry for the Economic Development and Technology. Also the expert partners are Faculty of Pharmacy and Faculty of Chemistry, what is very good. But the most important is, of course, a group of Slovenian high-tech companies which cooperate in this project. So Educel, Access Bio, Lotrich Metrology, Lipis Pharma, and some others will cooperate or have just started to cooperate and will be in next 15 months very active in this project. On the other side, there are Cuban partners under their ministry for the science, and also the whole group of under the BioCuba Pharma, with many research institutes connected with the medicine research, with the drugs development and biopharmacy. So first contact started already in 2018 at the conference which was organized by the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce. Then we found out that there could be some interest in the field of biopharmacy and some possibility how to start the cooperation. In March 2019, the business forum was organized in Havana, and then we start also with the cooperation with UNIDO, which support this coordination among two so distant countries. In the end of this year, we already had the first webinar on that subject. It was, of course, online webinar, and I can announce now the next week will be the first online working meeting already amongst partners, that all this cooperation can technically start. And as I said, there are a lot of possibilities, maybe also to include some other interesting companies in this field of technology. So this is from our side, and I think and I believe that we can really help also our high-tech companies to open the doors on such a distant market like Latin America is, because sometimes these smaller companies are completely lost or sometimes afraid how to start the business on such a distance market.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maja Tomanic-Vidovic. You are very active in all fields. Just to have a short question for you, from your point of view, what is important for the cooperation in this, let's say, post-COVID time?
Well, I will say that the most important will be the development, the innovation. The development and innovation have to go on. Despite the fact that the risks are higher than ever before, costs are increasing, costs to find the finance or everything else. But we have to follow to the development activities of our companies. We have to assure good conditions for them, especially high-tech companies. They have a lot of challenges in next few months. And we are aware only financial sources will not be enough. We really have to create this kind of conditions, this kind of cooperation among different partners, policy makers, financial support institutions, research institutions, and the business sector. So, and with this cooperation, we can really support and we can reach some steps further, because I have to say here, because I already heard this pandemic is probably not the last one. So we have to keep on with the development and with the creation of the right conditions, also for biopharmacy sector and all human sectors, which will be important for us.
Thank you very much for your answer. First, we were focusing on COVID time. Now we have to focus on post-COVID time, which is ahead of us. Thank you very much. Nice welcome to Mr. Erwin de Wet, President of Eurasyn Chamber of Commerce, Europe, Central America in Brussels. He will be introducing Eurasyn and the 8 countries that it represents, what opportunities does it offer and how, about reversal thinking, business model, and about business matching platform. So please.
Hello, everybody on the panel. Big greetings from Brussels. Let me quickly put the frame forward. As you can see, Eurasyn is in charge of 8 countries. The only one missing here is the Dominican Republic, but otherwise we deal with the countries between Colombia and Mexico. Needless to say that this is a huge variety of countries with different requests and different cultures and different approaches. However, the role we want to play is let's say, is a go-between role in order to facilitate and to encourage the establishment of commercial contacts between companies, especially SMEs, on both sides of the ocean. I can say that over the years I have established very, very strong relationships with all the ambassadors in Brussels and their staff, because I think that that is for me at least, the best starting point to get to grip with the situation in each country and also with the needs and the requests that they might have. That is how I came about the reverse thinking business model. Maybe we can put up the second map, so to see, yeah. So you see here where, let's say, Central America is situated between the United States and South America. And then you see also the Republic Santo Domingo. It's a very strange combination that they have been joined to the countries that we look after. But anyway, that's the way it is. Reverse thinking, I said. My experience shows that in order to make business opportunities as tangible and as practical and as concrete as possible, I do not want to reach out with companies from Belgium or from Europe in general to a country saying, here we are. The point is that I prefer to know what the needs are in those countries, what kind of projects people are thinking of or having it in the pipeline. And through the relationship with the ambassadors, I try to lay my hands on the documentation and the description of the projects, so that I can turn to companies in Belgium and why not also in Europe at large. And so why not in the future to companies in Slovenia to fill in the gap, to see to what extent they would be interested in responding to the project. But the big advantage being that this will be a way of working whereby you do not have to go into prospection. I will bring the business to the company. And I will also make sure that the discussion about the cooperation is done one-on-one. So with the decision maker in that particular country. Let me give you an example in order to illustrate this reverse thinking business model. Through the discussions with one of the ambassadors, in this case was El Salvador, I heard that El Salvador was planning to construct a railway that would link all the coastal cities of the country, and in order, or part of, that was part of the promotion program to promote more tourism in El Salvador. So that was for me an opportunity to turn to one of the major companies here in Belgium, a very famous and historic company in the production of trains and locomotives and railways. And they have constructed, for example, metros in the area, etc. So they are really one of the better parties. But on top of that, I could find out that they were really interested in the project. And so now we are in the process of bringing the parties, not only the ambassador, but also the people in El Salvador, via virtual conferences together to discuss the ins and the outs of this project. I could give you more examples, but that would most probably lead us too far. But this is an example on how I want to function with a Chamber of Commerce, which in its name bears the comprehension commerce. So I'm not really, let's say, focusing on the diplomatic side of the business as a Chamber of Commerce, but really on the business side and how I can help business to develop business together. The other advantage of having us in Brussels for you in Slovenia is that we probably have the best contacts on the ground in all those countries. So if you speak about the region and an interest in that region, we can really help you with all the contacts that you would need or that you would like to establish. Because the other agencies, and I'm not very happy to say that, but anyway, that is the reality. The other agencies in Belgium, like AWEX for the French-speaking part of Belgium, and FIT, Flanders Investment and Trade Agency for the Flemish-speaking part, and then you have still Hub Brussels for the Brussels region, do not have people on the ground. They do not have commercial attachés, with the exception of one who is based in Panama and is supposed to cover the whole area. Needless to say that this is a very huge task, and it is impossible, of course, for that lady to cover, let's say, those countries and really do what we do, which is to get to lay hands on those kind of projects. So this is the way we want to make sure that we can help you with all possible contacts, either on the political side or the business side in those countries. And we have more means also to help you with the materialization of some projects that you might have. So it's also important, of course, to find out from your side in Slovenia which companies would be interested to do business in the region and in what sector. So that knowledge is, of course, very important when we come about projects in the Central American region, so that we can connect the companies that are expressing an interest in such project, that we can bring them together. On top of our function or our existence as a Chamber of Commerce, we have joined forces with the Brussels Chamber of Commerce, BC, which is sitting on a very huge tradition, has enormous databases of information about companies, etc., which we can tap into, and they are very open to share all possible information with us, and we are together right in the middle of a digital transformation process, whereby we will be able to speed up the exchange of information and make sure that people that we can answer, people that have questions about doing business in the area. Last but not least, I would like to bring to your attention a platform which is called Connect, if we can put up maybe, yeah, which is a platform especially developed for chambers of commerce. So here I'm addressing through you the chambers of commerce in Slovenia that would be looking also to help their members in expanding their business and notably to the Central American region, but also beyond. This platform, as I said, especially developed for chambers of commerce, and you're welcome to have a look at the website, which you can find on https://connects.world. And this is a business matching platform where companies from all over the world, if you want, let's say the companies that are a member of a given chamber of commerce can either put an offer on that platform saying we have an offer of a product, or we have a technology, and if you are interested, we are willing to, let's say, to get in touch about that. Or as a company, you can also post a demand on this platform saying, we are looking for a company that could help us in the area of ... So be it in technology, or we have a need for a certain product. So I think that this is a very powerful platform that we partner together with. And on top of that, it's a very interesting promotion tool for chambers of commerce to make more members, because it is an added value in their functioning for their members. I hope that I have, let's say, given you a very global overview of our presence in Brussels, and we are open to all possible help we can provide you with from, let's say, from our standpoint of view. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Werd. You have so many interesting tools, helping tools, of course, to help companies, which is great. Now, just, to give maybe some advice to the companies, what exactly do you have to do if you want to get a perfect match through the platform or through this reverse thinking model?
The reverse thinking model is that is where we will lay our hands on projects in demand in the countries. So it's really come across, let's say, an entrepreneur, a company that, for example, wants to develop biomass energy, for example. So in that regard, it would be important to know who in Slovenia is dealing with that energy, with this energy, and if we would come across a demand, for example, for such a project, then we will certainly let you know that there is a project going, and see whether the company in Slovenia would be interested in stepping in that project. The Connects, the way to work with Connects is a more proactive way, whereby, of course, you can see what is going on at this moment. So you can find on the platform the demands which are out there, or the offers which are out there. Companies, even from Sweden, Italy, maybe from South Africa, whatever, who post either a demand or an offer on the platform. And once the Chamber of Commerce, because that's the condition, as I said, it's a platform destined for chambers of commerce. They should offer this service of the platform. They should connect with the platform and offer it to their members, but only the members that have paid their contribution and that are real members of the chamber, because that is the added value, and that is the let's say that is the reason why more companies should join a given chamber of commerce. But on the platform, already tonight, if you want, a Slovenian company could have a look at what is out on the platform, what kind of requests are out there, or what kind of demands, or what kind of offers. So that's an interactive platform, which is a very interesting working tool for companies that are looking either to offer services or goods, or vice versa, are looking for services or goods.
Thank you very much. Mr. De Verde will stay with us, also through the end, for the end of the conference, where you'll be asking questions, of course, if there'll be any questions from participants. And maybe this is the opportunity again to invite you, all the participants, of course, to ask questions in the Q&A section. Now we are pleased to have a representative of Slovene companies, examples of good practice of successful business and cooperation in Latin America countries with some valuable informations. Hello, Mr. Gregor Rijavec, Head of Global Partner Network and CEO of Dual Company. With a constant focus on the smallest details while providing flawless service, professional technical after-sales support, and the use of the most advanced technologies, Dual has established itself as the most reliable company in the inflatable whole industry. Please tell us more about your company and your experiences.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. I hope you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm going to present briefly now the Dual company and the solution which it provides, which could be very useful and attractive for the Latin American market. Dual started as a family-owned company in '92. It's focused on only one product, designing, engineering, and manufacturing of air domes. More about them later. We are present worldwide, started first in Slovenia, then focused later on ex-Soviet republics. And now we really are present everywhere, also in Latin America. I will show you later more about this. So as you can see, these are the air domes, basically the structures, the membrane structures with which you can cover everything. Here are just some of the more prominent references. For example, the Velodrome in Slovenia, this was the first and the largest. It's not the only one. Actually, the other one is also in France, also done by Dual. Also, then you can see art installation in Art Basel, plus the AC Milan Academy in Russia, but not only for sports, you know. These structures can be also used in industry as a storage warehouse or for manufacturing clients, or in agriculture, military space. I mean, the purposes are endless. Here are some of our more prominent clients, such as European Space Agency. Then from Premier League, English Premier League, we have Watford and Queen's Park Rangers, but also from industry, Total, Renault, etc. Now, maybe more about something about the air domes in general. These structures, usually what client asks first, they are in price usually 1/5 of conventional buildings. Dual, of course, is not the only air dome manufacturer, but we are specialized in, let's say, the most demanding projects, meaning locations with the most extreme climate conditions, such as Dubai, or let's say Gulf area in general, where temperature often exceeds 50 or even 60 degrees, but the environment inside is pleasant, you know, for playing throughout the day. Or the other extreme, for example, in Siberia, with temperatures dropping even to -55, or snow load is also not an issue, because we can exceed, our structures can withstand even 600 grams per square meters, or extreme winds such as the one in Iceland. What I wanted to focus is that we do all our products custom made. We don't have models ABC, but we listen to the client. All colors can be used, the dimensions can be customized, the doors, etc. These air domes can also be relocated. They can be dismantled very fast, used seasonally or permanently. The facilities can be inside, you know, such as stands, if you talk about sports now, or additional locker rooms or bars. We offer the whole technical support, ranging from the first contact, all the calculations. We are available 24/7. We take this very, very, very seriously. When I'm talk about sports again, our structures are in let's say compliant with all the international standards. For example, the last World Championship in hockey in Spain was moved from the, let's say, arena in Madrid to one of our air domes in Granada. You know, we offer also, let's say, 15-year guarantee and up to 40 years of lifespan. It's usually for our structures. Now, something about installation. As you can see, it is very fast. In one day, for example, the structure can already be standing. In a couple of days, it can be used. Now, if you compare this to conventional brick and mortar building, you know where we are. But not just installation, actually the whole process from the first inquiry, you can see here on the infographics, can last, you know, 4 months maximum if we are focused. One of the things that we also take seriously is also sustainability. You know, now this is getting more and more important. We do not take this lightly. We're in the process of obtaining the ISO 14001 certificate. We're also working on membrane recyclability and also usability of the spare parts in the future projects. Last but not least, we would like to present you the case of our project in Chile. This is the air dome still standing on the highway between Santiago and Valparaiso, used for industrial purposes as a warehouse. This was installed in, as you can see, in 2013. Here are the basic drawings. As it is an industrial warehouse, it needs 2 tunnels for trucks to enter and to exit, both equipped with airlocks. So the client first had to arrange the concrete foundations around the perimeter of the air dome. Once the goods arrived through shipping containers, the elements were put in place. The tunnel was assembled, also the machinery was put in place, and then it was just stretching of the membrane and anchoring, and then the air dome inflation. And this is all in one day. And then the final, let's say, final finishing works like attaching the lights, entrances, and then the air dome was ready to use. And this is now how it is in use, full warehouse. It can be relocated if the client requires, and this is how it looks from the outside. And basically, this is it. Now I'm open for any questions if you have. Otherwise, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have a question, since you have a lot of experience also at the Latin American market. How do you work there? You know, this is good advice for someone who is trying to enter this market. Do you have an office there? Do you have a representative there who's helping you?
We have a representative there, but our experience is, of course, every market is different, but they are also similar, because as soon as you have with our industry the first reference in the market, I mean, we can talk about as much as we want until the clients or potential clients actually sees these structures. And I'm also inviting everyone from Chile, if they have the opportunity to visit. This is in Casablanca, so you will see what it's all about, you know. But in general, as you asked, we work through partners. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If there will be some questions, of course, maybe also in a Q&A or chat, I'm sure you will help also someone who would need your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let's continue with successful stories of Slovene enterprises. Nice welcome to Ms. Nuša Pavlinjek, General Manager of Roto Slovenia company. Roto is a pioneer in the field of tank production in Slovenia and Europe. The tanks are installed in 26 countries around the world. She will introduce the company and, of course, share the experience.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for giving us opportunity to present our products today. Can you see our slides?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So Roto is a family business, and last year we celebrated 70 years of our business. Here you can see our 7 production plants. 2 are in Slovenia. Others are in ex-Yugoslavian countries, and we export currently to 55 countries. Also something in North America, but not yet in South America. In last 5 years, we were presented in few exhibitions, also Polotech Brazil in 3 years ago, and 2 years ago also in Las Vegas. These were exhibitions for environmental products, and we have a lot of contacts, so we hope that in the close future you will also make some cooperation. Here we can see we have about 4,000 different products for water, agriculture, garden, sport, like sailing boats, kayaks, canoes, so everything made from plastic. And we have very innovative R&D department, so we develop 2 new products a week. These are products that are branded with Roto brand, that are for final customers, but also the components for different industry like caravaning, nautic industry, automotive industry, logistic, and everywhere where in the past was, for example, steel. Now we are replacing with polyethylene components. And because today it's the Earth Day, 22nd of April, I decided to present the products for water we produce. These are water tanks, wastewater treatment plants, oil separators, grease separators, pumping station, septic tanks. And all these solutions we produce in the plastic tanks. They are usually underground. And now to collect water, it's really popular, but not only to collect rainwater. Many of companies and also families, they started to recycle the water. To recycle also in the industry and to reuse the water. It makes sense also, you can save costs and you are also more environmentally friendly. All these solutions we offer to the customer. They could be custom made or they can be from our serial production. We also make all drawings, technical support, also instruction, help by installation and also maintenance. Here we can see one example at shopping center where we install many of different products, how they can be really environment friendly. They can reuse water and collect it. And this is now a big, it's very important in Europe and I'm sure also all over the world. Here are also oil separators. We clean water that is collected on the parking places at the fuel stations. This water is polluted with oil and can really make a disaster in the water. And it's really now everywhere in the world really supported, and all objects like fuel stations have installed these products. Also grease separators, so grease from kitchen, from industry like milk companies, butcheries, and so on. And then we have also solutions for industry like paper, food and beverage, textile, chemical industry, pharmaceutical industry. So all these industries, they use a lot of water, and it really makes sense that they recycle and reuse it. On the right side, you can see everything we can control remote. So the wastewater treatment plants, they work automatically, but we can control them also from Slovenia, and then support customer by maintenance or maybe by upgrade of existing products. So after they have really good technical support. Here are some references, many from Africa, Europe, Middle East, also here from example from NATO base in Bulgaria, France, also different touristic places like campsites, hotels. They install wastewater treatment plants, also rainwater collectors. And here maybe something which could be interesting also for Brazil and South and this part of America. We have also technology and know-how transfer. This means that we can find business partner, for example, in Brazil, which is producing tanks, and to not distribute from Slovenia tanks to Brazil, we can just send him the technology, the remote controls, the computers, and he just installed this. This is in little kits, and then they just need few hours to complete the products. And also these all products have the European certificates. So in case that we need recertification in Brazil, we can support them so they can receive the local certificates. So thank you for your attention. Here are our contacts. You can see also one balloon in shape of a water tank. We are also pilots, all pilots in our family, and this is also connected with our lifestyle. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nusha Pauliniak, and thank you for reminding us that it is Earth Day. We should all be thinking about it at least for a couple of minutes today. Thank you very much. And also with us today is Ms. Pilar Pineiro, Director for Europe at Mexican Business Council for Foreign Trade, Investment and Technology. We will learn more about this council and whom does it serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita, for the introduction. I want to share my presentation. Let me know if you can see it.
We can see it.
Excellent. Well, first of all, many thanks to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia for this organization. Greetings to all of you, to all the participants and ambassadors that are here, and colleagues. I'm going to introduce the Mexican Business Council for Foreign Trade, Investment and Technology. The history of COMCE is that COMCE emerges in the late 1950s as a Mexican Business Council for Foreign International Affairs, SEMAI. And in 1999, it merges with another business organization called National Council of Foreign Trade, CONASEX, and then comes COMCE in the 1999. COMCE is an organization of the Mexican private sector dedicated to promoting international trade, attract foreign direct investment, and exchange of technological development. The main objectives of COMCE are to represent the Mexican private sector, promote the increase in foreign trade, promote technology transfer and development, promote foreign direct investment, and to promote the internationalization of SMEs. COMSE is member of the CCE. CCE is the main umbrella organization. It's formed by business organizations. We are members of the Business Coordinating Council. We are 12 business organizations that form part of it. And each organization has different role. Coparmex has, for example, is the Employers Association, the Banking Association, the Chamber of Commerce Association, the Retailers Association, and COMSE, which is the one related to promote international trade and investment. COMSE is divided in geographical areas. Each geographical areas has a different bilateral business committees. These bilateral business committees are chaired by experienced business leaders with broad and recognized career who seek to promote Mexico's business interest in that particular country. We have more than 60 bilateral business committees. This is the division we have. The bilateral business committees base their operation on collaboration agreements that we have that are signed with at least one important business organization similar to COMSE in each country. And for example, North America has 2 bilateral committees, Canada and United States. Africa and the Middle East and the bilateral committees that it has, Latin America and the Caribbean with the bilateral committees, Asia and the Pacific Rim with the respective bilateral committees, and also Europe with the bilateral committees that I take care. We have also national presence in different parts of Mexico. We have 27 chapters of the COMSE. These regional and state COMSEs are integrated by well-known local businessmen who aim to promote foreign trade and foreign investment in their respective states. So you can see the list of different chapters that we have in Mexico. The services that we have, we care of international promotions. We want to do better ways of doing business for our member companies, organizing trade missions, B2B meetings, business seminars, hosting foreign business delegations, business links. We have online information systems and online library, export supplies, promotion. We have promotion of exporter services, information about public bids, fairs, and exhibitions. We have also business intelligence, market research studies, sectoral information, business and investment opportunities. We also participate in negotiation of FTAs, of free trade agreements, and also we have lobbying activities with authorities responsible for public policy making on foreign trade and investment. We have also technical services related to logistics, secure export chain, market analysis, customs operations, foreign trade process, certificates of origin. We have also technical committees for specific activities, for example, e-commerce, energy, agribusiness, logistics and customs, trade remedies and dispute settlement, promotion and protection of the Mexican foreign direct investment. And we also have the Mexican Foreign Trade Congress, which is the main and most important event on foreign trade in the country. And during this event, which is annual, the National Export Award is given in different categories for different companies. We have also ad hoc working groups like financing, identifying financial sources for SMEs that make up the supply chains of Mexican foreign trade. We have another ad hoc working group, supply chains, also another for foreign trade innovation that presents to the government proposals to better facilitate foreign trade, another one for new markets, and another one with government liaisons. As we do lobbying, we also want to keep very productive and efficient activities and relations with the government. And we also participate in regional business councils. We represent the interests of Mexican entrepreneurs in developing and growing regions around the world regarding public policy and private sector needs. For example, we have the Mexican chapter of the Pacific Alliance Business Council. We also hold the Mexican chapter of the Mesoamerica Business Council, and we are the Mexican head of the APEC Business Advisory Council, and we also have a representation in the B20 summits. We have a very close relationship with different ministries and governmental agencies of the government for better doing our business, like Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bancomex, which is the Exim Bank of Mexico, also with the state governments, Mexican embassies abroad, and also diplomatic corps and trade promotion offices. And our slogan is take the best of Mexico to the world and bring the best of the world to Mexico. This is our contact info. You can go to the webpage of COMCE, which is www.comce.org.mx, or send us an email at europa@comce.org.mx. Thank you, Anita. This is the presentation about COMCE in Mexico City.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pilar Pineiro, for introducing to us Mexican Business Council, and please stay with us till the end of the conference for additional questions. Thank you very much. Another representative of Slovenian company. Okay, do you hear me? Yes. Another representative of Slovenian company doing very successful businesses all over the world will be with us in the next minutes. We will get to know CITIS, one of Europe's leading companies in security printing solutions located in Slovenia. It provides travel and identity documents and complete solution for identity management and document issuance. CITIS has been a reliable partner to the Slovenian government for over 30 years. Now CITIS is a strategic partner to companies and governments on 4 continents, and Latin America is one of their main strategic focuses. We will hear more about it from Commercial Director of Security Printing Solutions, Ms. Mihila Solnaric.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Ms. Mlakar, and good afternoon to everybody. Let me share the short presentation with you. Okay, let me continue where Ms. Mlakar stopped, that we are a reliable partner to the Slovenian government, and we are extremely honored that we can work in our home, for example, and that we serve all our ministries for the documents. We are the producer of the high security printing documents like passports, ID cards, driving licenses, and not only the documents which is seen when they are in your hands, but also the system which is behind. Slovenia is our strategic market. Also the countries around Slovenia and the Balkan region. We have 200 years of experiences in this matter, but we started with the high security printed matter in 1991 when Slovenia got the independence, and when we started with the first Slovenian passport. From that time, for the last 30 years, we got all what is important in our business, 10 international verified certificate. Nowadays, we are presented in 50 different countries worldwide in all 4 continents. I said that our primary market is still Slovenia and Europe. Secondary, our presence is very powerful in the African region. You can see a lot of spots, which means that we got over those years a lot of references. And 6 years ago, we started also with the Latin America region. And I can proudly present today that we already got some nice references in that region. So we are presented in the citizen's life from birth to the last day, let's say. So not only the passports, visas, driving license, ID cards that are the most important documents in our life, but also everything starts with the birth certificate. And we also believe that all security in our lives start with the birth certificate. Because if somebody can forge the birth certificate, then also passports, driving license, and ID cards can be fraud, and the whole identity of the people can be stolen. So how can be done? How we can start? What is the most important for the government, for the country? First is the register platform, or let's say central register platform, where all citizens are in. It is very usually for Slovenia that we have a central register. It's very usual that, and generally that we have this system in the Europe. But believe me that in Africa, in some countries, 80% of the people are not registered. Here in Europe, the mother goes to the hospital and gets the baby, and it's automatically that the baby gets also the certificate. In Africa, 80% of babies are not registered, are somewhere around and in the villages. So how those people can get the freedom of living? So the question is how we can start, where to start. So if the country is advanced, we can start with directly with the central register platform through the census of the population. Or we can go vice versa. We can start with the passports, with the issuing of the passport, and go also to other sub-register, and through those sub-register, for example, passports, ID cards, driving license, we build the central register platform, which is so essential for the Europe, but it's not so essential for the Africa, for example. I'm talking a lot about Africa because we are familiar with the African country because we got so many references down there, and with Latin America, I know by now that the level of the security is much higher, but still there are countries that I hope that they need our help. So what are the benefits for the government and what are the benefits for the citizens, for the people with such a system? The government can modernize the country identity system. They can improve their services. They can manage identity, which is the most important, and that they can issue the most advanced and secured documents. They can enable and control data exchange, and also the control by the police, immigration, inspections and border control is much more easier. And for us, for the citizens, with such a system, with such a document that we have in our hand, we have freedom to travel, we have freedom to work and to study, which is not so essential in Africa region, for example. With such a system, with such a document, we get identity and we can get official proof that we exist. And through that, we get also the voting rights. And we get also the freedom of mobility. For example, we can drive car, which is also not so essential in some countries worldwide. Let me introduce a few references that we got in the, or nice projects in the Latin America. The biggest one 3 years ago was a Honduras passport. We are extremely proud that we deliver 1 million passports for Honduras government. We got these projects through the tender. We just applied for a tender. We found a reliable partner in Honduras, and with the right approach and with the right price, we got the business. So it's possible. A few years ago, we got also the Colombia project. Because Colombia has a local company for the production of passport, they just wanted to order data page, which is the most secure site in the passport. Then we did passport cover for Ecuador, police card for the Dominican Republic, visa for Panama, and the last one, the sweetest one, is Mexico. We signed the contract last week for e-cover. E-cover means passport cover with the chip inside. Mexico also has local production, and the tender was only for the e-cover, and we got it. So we are extremely happy. So till today, we got some experience in that region, but still we do hope that it's not the final, and the story will go on. So thank you for listening to me. I hope that you are interested just a bit to send me maybe some emails to ask me something or to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mihila Culneric. Thank you. And of course, congratulations for all of your projects. And now we have to move on because we're a little behind the schedule. And if there will be some questions at the end, of course, you're also welcome to answer them. I would like to welcome Ms. Catalina Perez, Director of Promoting in Invest Chile organization, who is trying to attract foreign investors. We are looking forward to hear more about it.
Hi, Anita, how are you? Nice to meet you, everyone.
I'm doing great, thank you very much.
That's amazing. Let me, first of all, share my PPT. I know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Let me check. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone in the Latin American region, and good afternoon to the Europe ambassadors and honorable members of this invitation, this event. First of all, I'm going to talk about Chile and its opportunities, but also I'm going to talk about my agency, which I belong, Invest Chile, which is the government agency that promotes Chile as a destiny of foreign direct investment, or FDI, okay? Also, I'm going to mention several things about my country, agencies of interest, and some of the, industrial associations and and other kind of things that you could be interested of. As I said before, Chile, Invest Chile is the government agency that promotes investment. We have a portfolio of $21 billion on 2020. And why we have this kind of portfolios? Because Chile at a glance, for example, we have a GDP of $282 billion. We are a mainly exporter country. We are a massive export country. Chile in LATAM region is a global player. We have we are a #1 global competitiveness index in the World Economic Forum. We are an OCDE Latin America country also. Let me just have a. So why you should think about, you should start thinking in Chile. First of all, because we have ongoing leadership. We are one of the countries with most quantity of free trade agreements in the world, 29 to be exact. We also have a high level talent with more of 1 million university students per year. We also have an entrepreneurial environment with most data 900,000 startups or enterprises created in 5 years. We also have a Startup Chile, which is like a program of the state of Chile that supports startups. We are a Latin American hub, and I want to focus on this, benefit of Chile, because actually we have 29 free trade agreements that can link us to the 88% of the global GDP with privileged tariff. More or less, our free trade agreements are in zero tariff, mostly, all of them. You can check this also here. Also, we have 3 agreements to avoid double taxation with 33 economies. In Europe, we have a lot. And finally, we have a tech and sustainable leader. We are a natural laboratory for new technologies. Now in Chile, for example, we are working a lot in green energy and sustainable business. We actually are working now in a national strategy of green hydrogen that is pretty famous now. I'm not such an expert on that, but I can mention it. And well, just to mention on my agency, Invest Chile, we prioritize several sectors. That doesn't mean that we can, offer services to another kind of company of other sector. But mainly we prioritize infrastructure, green energy, as I mentioned before, digital economy, food industry, because we are a massive exporter of food to all over the world, mining and tourism. For infrastructure, green energy, and mining and tourism, we work with a public portfolio of opportunities. You can check all these opportunities through our website. I'm going to show you the website later. But just to let you know, in any cases, if there's another kind of company of any other sector that need our support in its soft landing to Chile, of course we can help them. Okay, all of our services are free of charge because Invest Chile, it's a public agency. We belong to the government of Chile. And on the second point, I wanted to mention the maybe agencies of interest that maybe you want to know. For example, we have ProChile. Another speaker mentioned about Chile a lot. The project I was looking at before. But ProChile, for example, is kind of our counterpart, because ProChile is the agency in charge of Chile's export promotion in the international market. They have 57 trade offices in 45 countries. They are practically matching the importer abroad and the exporter in Chile. So the ProChile offices facilitate the contact between both of them, okay? Another agency that could be of your interest is Corfo, which is the Chilean Economic Development Agency. Corfo improves the competitiveness and the diversification of our country through several programs or guarantees. Sometimes they can give subsidies or incentives to the innovation and development and all that kind of stuff. And on the private sector, we have Main Industry Association, which is SOFOFA. The biggest one is SOFOFA. National Chamber of Commerce and Santiago Chamber of Commerce as well. And last but not least, if you need any further information of, you know, our international politic, for example, you can go to the Consulate of Chile in Slovenia. Unfortunately, we don't have embassy in Slovenia, but Austria, our embassy of Chile in Austria can help you. And of course, our website, investchile.gov.cl. So if you need any information or help, you can see our website, or directly you can contact me on my email, cperez@investchile.gov.cl. So that's pretty much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catalina Perez. And thank you for introducing the opportunities in Chile. Now let's move on to Ms. Aleša Mižigoy, Director of Medex Slovenian company. Medex is one of the leading European manufacturers of food supplements based on bees and other natural products. With its product, it is present in more than 20 markets in Europe and around the world, but still trying to enter Latin America markets. Please.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone in South America and to everyone in Slovenia, and warm welcome to excellencies and other distinguished guests. Sorry. First, I would like to introduce you Medex company that is very well known in Europe with more than 65 years of tradition, and with a company that was established also in the old Yugoslavia. Medex was basically the building, you know, it was the beginner of beekeeping in Yugoslavia, and also the pioneer of apitherapy in the world, you know. So apitherapy is the science about the bees, you know, and their products in helping people, you know, to improve their lives and curing about 500 different diseases, you know, so illnesses. Medex is starting with the apitherapy. So this is the use of propolis, royal jelly, pollen, honey, bee venom for human health more than 60 years ago. We are a globally oriented company with sustainable values and passionately devoted to healthier well-being of people, you know. Please continue. And we are not just the producer. We want to share the knowledge, you know, and the passion of beekeeping all around the world. Here you can see the few photos, you know. On first one, it's the Sarah Baird, the founder of the biggest NGO in the world, BRAC, you know, with more than 100,000 employees, you know, and we are partner in the project of developing beekeeping in Bangladesh. And the other photo is with Ghana Exim Bank, where we partner in developing of beekeeping in Ghana, you know. So we try to share, you know, the knowledge of beekeeping in the other areas where there, you know, people earn maybe just €1 per day, you know, and it brings it's really win-win situation for everyone, you know, because with the bees, you know, you get the pollination, you know, so you get the higher crops of of their fruits and vegetables. For bees, you don't need the big investments. You just need few beehives, and it's also the work can be done by women, you know, or I would even say the women are the best because they are very well organized, you know, and they are very good with bees, you know. So, and it's known in Ethiopia, you know, like honey industry is the 5th most important industry in Ethiopia, where you have almost 1 million beekeepers. As a woman with the 3 beehives can support all the family. So the beekeeping, especially in these not so, you know, developed countries, has a really big potential and a role, you know. So, and we really would like to share, you know, the knowledge, if we continue, of Slovenian beekeepers and Slovenian tradition. Can we move on the slide? The Slovenian tradition, where Slovenia also was introduced with Slovenia initiative. The World Bee Day was introduced by United Nations in 2017, and it's celebrated on the 20th of May, you know, because the 20th of May, it's a birthday of the most prominent Slovenian beekeeper, Mr. Janša, who was the first teacher of beekeeping in Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Slovenians, we also have our own bee, you know, is Apis mellifera carnica, that is second mostly spread bee species around the world, you know. And Slovenia with 2 million people, you know, this is the beekeeping is really something that we can, you know, identify ourselves. And now with 2 million people, we already have more than 11,000 beekeepers. So, and if we continue, so in our company, you know, we are not just passionate about the bees, but we are passionate about the science, you know, and also proven by the science, because the bees products, right, royal jelly, propolis, pollen, wax, bee venom, they were already used in old ancient times, also in pharaohs, you know, and this is also why royal jelly is named like, you know, food for the pharaohs, you know, that was in the past, you know. We try to work together with the institutes, with other with science research institutes, with other partners in science, you know, and to discover all these healing effects of these products. And in 2018, we conducted the first double-blinded clinical study on effects of royal jelly, and it on humans, you know. And we get really incredible results. So, and we are very proud of that. And if we go to the last slide, our products, you know, they're in different forms. You know, we are very known for our liquid forms that are very tasty, and as honey is a natural preservative. If you put the other herbal things in honey syrups, you don't need to eat to add any preservatives. You don't need to add any coloring, artificial flavors, sweeteners. So the products are as natural as possible and all proven with their efficiency and delivered, you know, to people in the most natural way. They are in forms of vials, you know, for one-time use, syrups, capsule solutions, and so you can find something for everyone. As Latin America is also very known producer of honey. Brazil is very known producer of Brazilian famous green propolis. So we are looking now to establish, you know, to put one leg also in the Latin America, to find the partner to introduce our products there, and maybe also to find some institutes or universities to be partner in other research projects. So this is very briefly from us. The last slide, you have also my contacts. So it's alesha.mizigo@medex.si, and I would be very glad, to get any your feedback, your answers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alesha Mizigoe. They say no bees, no people, right? So we really have to with that. And I do hope you will find the right contacts, maybe even today, to also enter Latin American markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let's move to Argentina, to Agencia Argentina de Inversiones Comercio Internacional. With us today is Mr. Santiago Paz, Director of Investments.
Thank you, Anita, and good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the Investment and Trade Promotion Agency, I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Slovenia and the Strategic Forum for this opportunity to exchange information and to connect with key actors and experts of our countries. I would like to share with you a very short presentation, if I may. I have good news for all of you. It's just one slide. So, okay. Let me please, are you looking, are you seeing correctly the presentation? Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Let me please introduce us. We are the National Agency for Exports and Investment Promotion under the Argentine Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we promote Argentina's exports and investments by providing support to enterprises, particularly SMEs, so that they can go global and by facilitating productive investment projects along the national territory. This has become particularly important along the last year because, as you know, and some of my colleagues has just mentioned it, exports and investments are main issues to get out of the COVID-19 crisis and boost our economies. Mr. Ambassador Grmek has mentioned the relevance of Brazil and Mexico for the trade inflows with Slovenia. I think Argentina has a long path to walk in terms of trade with Slovenia and regarding investment too. Argentina offers great potential in terms of natural resources and high level of human capital. Trustworthy legal framework, modern exports infrastructure, and availability of supporting industries and services. At the Argentine Investment and Trade Agency, we support the companies along the export path, providing free and comprehensive assistance to Argentine companies and entrepreneurs to help them to go along the export path from end to end and expand their businesses in the international market. We offer different tools and customized counseling for them to know how to address each challenge for the intelligent insertion in the world, which range from their first export to setting up offices in a new market. In addition to the export promotion at the agency, our job is to facilitate investors setting up in Argentina. The agency is the contact point for both local and international investors. We promote Argentina as an investment destination, detecting projects and opportunities, and also promoting strategic industries. In order to do this, we assist investors in their initial landing processes in the country by providing key information to develop their businesses, simplifying processes, and eliminating some bureaucratic obstacles. The agency was created to accelerate the process of inserting Argentina into the world. So our purpose is to promote the internationalization of local companies and facilitate private investments in Argentina. Regarding investment projects, we work in two different ways. On one hand, we search, identify, and classify strategic investment projects throughout the national territory in collaboration with provincial promotion agencies. The main goal is to identify investment projects that can be considered strategic in terms of technological innovation, sustainability, job creation, improvement of the trade balance, and local development, in order to facilitate the link with the most appropriate counterparts in each case to promote and boost investments. On the other hand, we work closely with companies providing consulting, information, and facilitation services to help identify and understand business opportunity in Argentina and overcome potential obstacles in investment projects. We survey and assist potential investors to identify attractive sectors and opportunities, and also provide relevant information to assist the search for an adequate location, for example. We schedule and accompany the investors in meetings with the government, business chambers, and other relevant organisms. We work together with investors to identify obstacles in the investment process as to reduce execution times and costs. And once the investment is finalized, we keep supporting investors, assisting them if needed. In short, we help investors by providing key information for the development of their businesses. We guide them and we act as a bridge with regulatory agencies to make the process easier. Thank you again for this meeting, and Anita, the floor is yours again.
Thank you very much for introducing Argentina to us, and of course all the opportunities. Just maybe a question, you have started a new platform in this COVID times, right? That was last year. Was that the decision because of the COVID, or was it planned?
No, it wasn't planned, but we still move on despite the COVID crisis. And we recently launched in December a platform, is investargentina.org.ar. I will give you the address in the notes. And this platform is a big database of investment projects, private sector investment projects. And our goal is to link with the most appropriate counterparts in order to realize the investment.
Thank you very much, and wish you all the best with it.
Thank you.
Now, at last but not least, another example of Slovene company doing business in Brazil, mainly in B2B sector. DVSoft develops and manufactures versatile and easy to use data acquisition systems, the ultimate tools for test and measurement engineers. So let me welcome Mr. Primož Rome, Latin America Regional Manager.
Hello, everyone. Anita, thank you for the nice introduction. And good afternoon to all the members of this panel. I will show you the presentation. I hope you can see the screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, nice. So DVSoft, like Anita mentioned, we are a high-end manufacturer of measurement instrumentation, mainly for automotive, aerospace, industrial, transportation, energy, and defense markets. Today, DVSoft tries to provide a total solution to our customers, so from the sensors to hardware and software. But that's not all. We also provide the know-how to our customers how to properly get the results done. Just if we take a brief overview, which customers DVSoft is serving today around the world, Probably you know a lot of these companies from automotive, aerospace, transportation markets. We really provide our solution to the whole automotive industry, aerospace industry, to space, and the commercial flight industry, to transportation like trains, bus production, and in the industrial to heavy machinery, agricultural equipment, and so on. Here are some of the customers that we are serving today in Latin America. These are customers mainly in Brazil and Mexico, where we also have our own subsidiary companies. But we also have companies in other Latin America countries, Argentina, Colombia, Ecuador, where we serve the markets with our authorized distributors. A little bit about history of Dewesoft. So we are still a relatively very young company. We were incorporated in the year 2000. We started with the software development only, so we have been innovating in the terms of measurement software and data analysis software. And the first breakthrough came for us in the year of 2003, where we sold our first software license to NASA for the Space Shuttle program. And since then, Dewesoft has been growing rapidly. And even today, after almost 20 years, we are still partners of NASA in other space programs. And we continue to work with them on all fronts of space exploration. Around 2009, we saw that if we want to keep growing and if we want to keep providing excellent solutions to the clients, we start to work on building our own hardware instrumentation. So around 2009, we introduced our first instrument, which was a big hit globally. And despite the global recession at that time, Dewesoft was growing a lot, and we have been able to invest into more R&D in the years ahead, which positioned us as one of the top 6 providers of measurement instrumentation today in the world. In 2012, we started to grow, to develop our own sales network. So today, like I will show later, we have 17 Dewesoft-owned companies around the world, subsidiaries, where we employ over 130 people to serve the customers in the major markets around the world. Also here we see that after the instrument development and our own sales network, Dewesoft really took off, and we continue to grow in the same pace, even in last year, in the so-called COVID year, where most of the industry went down, but Dewesoft showed rapid growth as well. So we are very proud of that. This is one of the photos from one of the projects that we've been doing with DCTA, which is a Brazilian aeronautic company in São José dos Campos. These are our engineers visiting there to help test the rocket cone. And we provided all the instrumentation and the software capabilities for data analysis for the structural tests of the rocket cones that Brazilian Space Agency is developing. Today, like I already mentioned, we are present around the world with 17 subsidiaries in all major countries. In Latin America, that are Mexico. We have our own office in Mexico City and Querétaro. And in Brazil, we opened our office in 2017 in Sao Paulo. And we now have 5 people working for us in sales and technical support in Brazil itself, and around the same number of people in Mexico as well. Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, Colombia, and Ecuador. We are covering this by our official network of distributors, and we had some success in those countries as well. Devesoft currently employs 120 people here in Trbovlje, Slovenia, where is the headquarters, and more than 220 people around our companies around the world. We are also the Slovenian Exporter of the Year 2020. We are very proud of this award. It demonstrates that we are doing something right. Maybe we are a little bit a special company in terms of electronics and software production, but we like to do it this way. So everything that we do is made in Europe, here in Trbovlje, in our headquarters. So everything from research, development, production, and testing is done in our headquarters. We do not outsource anything to other countries. We try to keep the quality really at the highest level. And this is one way how we keep everything under control and at the highest quality possible. Of course, we are also ISO 9001 and 14001 company with the certificates, and we also, of course, offer all the factory traceable calibration for all our measurement equipment. Maybe one important thing here to mention is that we currently do not have the capability of doing the calibration of our equipment in Brazil and other Latin America countries, but we are investing this year to open our calibration laboratory in Sao Paulo, and this will be a big boost for us because of the bureaucracy obstacles. It is very hard for customers to send instrumentation back to Europe for recalibration, but Devesoft is investing, and we are going to bring a calibration laboratory to Brazil this year. Maybe one important thing here is that Devesoft is a 100% employee-owned company. Devesoft is built to last, so we are going to be a trusted partner even after 50 and 100 years. The company has been built in that way. We are completely self-financed and AAA rated company, so our partners can assure on Devesoft to be a really good partner in years to come ahead. So, what to say? Thank you for this chance to introduce Devesoft. Thank you for your attention. Devesoft is open for business. If anyone wants to talk with me or with anyone, here is my email, our website. We have all the information available there, so please send me an email. I will also be available here for any questions, so please go ahead. And Anita, back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Primož Rome, and of course, we wish you all the best with your work.
Thank you.
Now, with this presentation, we have come to the end of the official part of the conference, but we also have some active listeners today present, and I would really like to greet and, of course, welcome His Excellency, Mr. Luis Javier Campuzano, Ambassador of Mexico, and I'm inviting you to speak.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Well, we thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the organization of this excellent forum within the Latin American and Caribbean Days in Slovenia. Special thanks to you, Ms. Annika Malka, for your moderation. We appreciate the invitation you did to the Mexican Business Council for Foreign Trade, Investment and Technology, COMCE. From the Embassy of Mexico, we look forward to work together with Slovenian public and private sector to foster economic ties between our countries. In this sense, we would like to suggest and offer our support for the creation of a bilateral business committee between COMCE and the Slovenian Chamber of Commerce. We would also like to highlight that Mexico is the first destination for Slovenian exports in Latin America and the second trade partner in that region. We would also like to highlight as well that we see important investment and the commercial opportunities between our two countries in the following sectors: in the automotive, medical devices, manufacturing, green technologies, renewable energies, creative industries, biotechnology, and aerospace. Also, we would like to share with you that we see a lot of promising opportunities coming from our new agreement between US, Canada, and Mexico, the so-called USMCA or TECMEC, which substituted NAFTA and entered into force in July 2020. That will open also a lot of opportunities for companies investing in Mexico. We are also pleased to tell you that last year in April, the negotiations for the modernization of the global agreement between EU and Mexico concluded. I would like to highlight that this is the modernization of the agreement that we have since 2001. So now we are in the very, very bigger global agreement that has been already negotiated, and we are in the process of signature and ratification. So hopefully all these good successes will offer a lot of opportunities for increasing our economic ties and commercial ties with Slovenia. And we offer our services and support from the Mexican Embassy. We will put in the chat our contacts, but please be assured that we are here to support you. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luis Javier Campuzano. Thank you for speaking up. And since we have among active listeners, maybe also other ambassadors of Latin American countries in Slovenia, if there is someone, and of course would like a word, now is the opportunity. Just unmute yourself. Okay, thank you very much. Now we have some little time left for discussion. We are behind the schedule, that is true, but we still have some little time left. I see there is a lot going on in the chat. You're exchanging informations and addresses and contacts, which is good. Now, if you have some question for someone here in a panel, maybe among the panelists, you could, of course, also ask now. Now is the opportunity. I will, of course, have some questions too, but first I'm giving you the word. If there is someone who would like to ask a question to another panelist, please go ahead. Okay, there was the opportunity for that. Now I have one question for all of you panelists, because we were talking about digital transformation a lot. It is very important, but my question to you is it possible that this COVID time, let's say that this digital transformation is happening faster due to this COVID situation? What do you think? And maybe what opportunities does it offer? Maybe I will start with Mr. Erwin de Werk, because we have already discussed it a little, and maybe then someone else will also approach. I'm sorry, you just have to unmute yourself so that we can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, Anita, thank you for giving me the chance to comment to the extent possible. I think that it is that COVID has brought about the concept in our minds that the world now has let's say has shrinked and that it doesn't matter anymore from where we work. Which means that the communication and the business exchange can be done from any place in the world. And the access to information and the access to contacts now seems to have no limit anymore. There is, of course, the problem of the privacy, which I was thinking of when I heard the presentation of this was the lady with the systems for the identity cards, etc., etc. But I think that is most probably the most interesting result of COVID, since we were. Let's say, obliged to work from a distance, or at least many people amongst us. And we have seen that now we have the world under our fingertips. And I think that is most probably the most positive effect of COVID.
Thank you very much. Would someone else like to add something to my question about this digital transformation?
Very quiet, huh?
It is quiet. Of course, there are also possibilities to ask other questions, maybe to connect, because when I was talking to the companies earlier, Slovene companies that are trying, to get to the markets of Latin America, or maybe they're already there, we were talking about, I don't know, the opportunities and on the other hand, difficulties. And Ms. Primož Rome was also talking, if I can ask you to speak up, that you have had some difficulties also in the Brazil market, right?
Yes, that's correct. We did struggle a little bit on the beginning. We are still struggling right now in some areas. The first big difference was the bureaucracy in Brazil is, how would I say, really amazing. So we had to learn a lot of things, how to do it, how to properly import things to Brazil. Luckily, there is in Brazil a lot of at least the big customer from us, they have their own importation departments, because they get some substitutes from the government in terms of taxes. So they handle a lot of that for us. But still, it's been a huge learning curve for us in this department. And the other thing that we are trying to fight hard is the amount of fixed costs that we have for our company in Brazil is quite high compared to other countries. So we had to make some adaptation in this area. Especially the taxes for the employed people are quite high, and also at least in our sector we saw that the salaries that engineers that we try to employ is pretty high, even compared to the European standards. So we did find some good workarounds around that. So we mainly contract people based on, at least the sales people, based on commission-based model. It is working okay, but once we will start to grow more in Brazil, we would love that people get involved as the same as in our headquarters here in Slovenia, to be our full-time employees and also part owners of the local company in Brazil, because we believe that this model brings the results on the long term. And if people are working from themselves, they are much more motivated to work, to be committed to the company, and to really be there with their whole heart and mind.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to, yes, we have the ambassador of Slovenia in Brazil, Mr. Gorazd Renzel, who would like to have a word.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anita. Thank you very much, everybody. Just a short comment, really, more than a question. First of all, I was really happy to see the presentations of the SLOBRA, Slovenian and Brazilian Chamber of Commerce, as well as Slovenian Global Business Network, which are a very important partner of our embassy here in Brazil. And I recommend anyone who has any ambition in the Brazilian market to get in touch with the embassy or the Chamber of Commerce. We work really closely, and I think I can speak on both of us that we provide all the necessary context and advice that is needed. My second point is I really appreciate the presentation of the three companies, Cities, Medex, and Dewesoft, and to say the same message. So if you have any particular questions or worries, I know Brazil can be challenging to begin with, but it's very, very rewarding. So it's worth the effort. It would be my message, as well as Brazil is undergoing some serious structural reforms which will improve business environment. And I'm sure my dear friend and colleague, Ambassador Renato Mosca, can confirm this. Administrative reform is underway, and so is the tax reform, which I think will make making business in Brazil much easier. Just my last point, when it comes particularly to Dewesoft, we are in touch with Angelo, who is the head of Brazil office here in Sao Paulo, but I did not know about the opening of the laboratory, which seems like a really good news. So if there's anything that we can do here at the embassy, Mr. Romé, please get in touch, and we'd be very happy to support it. And also regarding Dewesoft, your company was referred to quite a lot when we had the last session of the Joint Economic Commission. My dear colleague Kristo Grmek, the Director General, was co-chair on the Slovenian side, where we discussed opportunities to work together with the Brazilian side in the aerospace industry. And I know you've had, and you showed in your presentation, some contacts and some projects, but this is also may I say, from the point of view of the Slovenian state and government, this is also one of the areas where we identified together with the Brazilian side, where a lot can be done. I think there's a huge ambition on the Brazilian side, and also very healthy ambition from the Slovenian side. And I think there's a lot of potential for synergies. Thank you very much again.
Thank you also from my side, and yes, that is correct. Aerospace is a huge market for Dewesoft, especially in Brazil, and we are currently in touch with a lot of companies there from aerospace. But of course, any help or any further discussions and talks, we are here. Angelo is ready to be contacted, so please go ahead, and I will have my ears open as well.
Thank you very much. Now I have received the information that there is a lot of honored consuls from Republic of Slovenia in the countries of Latin America attending also this panel, this forum, and I would of course like to greet them and welcome them. If there is anyone who would like to speak, I also invite them to speak, of course. Okay, now we have, they say, as attendees at our panel, also a lot of Latin American people living in Slovenia presented, and I would also like to greet them. And they have a Latin society also in Slovenia, so welcome and thank you for being with us. Now we have just a couple of more minutes left, which means that we should do a wrap up of this conference, make a conclusion. And I would like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Renato Mosca de Souza, to join me so that we can do a little wrap up and just make some conclusions about this conference. We have so many interesting informations, so many interesting contacts, also examples of good practice from Slovenia and Brazilian companies. And what could we say at the end of this conference?
Well, thank you. Yes, I would like very much to make some observations about what we have listened during this conference or this seminar. And well, first I would like to say that it's very, it gives me a lot of satisfaction to see how it works, well, very well, the activities of this Slobras and SGBN and or Eurocen, no? What is important to, what I notice is that they are very effective in working as a bridge between both sides. And this is very interesting and very, well, this gives me a lot of, well, satisfaction to see that we are making progress. When I saw Marta saying about Marta Berkeley saying about new company in Brazil. And this is what I said in my first intervention, that it's so important that Slovenian companies find this way. Gorazd Ambassador Renchel has just said that sometimes in the beginning is difficult, but at the end it's rewarding, and this is perfect because of course we are distant and we are well, we have difficulties to establish connection, but this is linked with your question, Anita, about the post-COVID time, because I couldn't agree more what Mr. De Wert said, that now we have new tools to make these connections. And we, in 1.5 years, if COVID-19 has a positive side, this is the positive side, that we are speeding up the connection and much easier. We are learning how to make this bridge with in different areas. This is one observation. The other, I would like to say that, well, I saw the same convergence about innovation. Mrs. Tomanic said about this is very important, and she identified high-tech companies and pharmaceuticals as sectors with a lot of potential in Brazil, for example, and I think in all Latin America, well, I want to thank you and congratulate Ambassador of Paraguay for the comprehensive exhibition or presentation he made about Mercosur, because Mercosur is Mercosur European Union agreement. It's not just a question of trade, but a lot of different issues that will be very positive for both sides, and this is very so. My impression that there is an enormous convergence about not about the efforts, the principles, but the work people have been done to connect both sides, and this is, and we see progress. It's not only talking, but we see really concrete progresses.
Thank you very much. What a nice conclusion. And we have come to the end of this conference, so I would like to thank all the ambassadors in Slovenia and Latin American countries, of course, dear attendees, panelists, speakers, and all of the guests for being with us today. These 3 hours have passed really quickly, at least for me. I was enjoying being with you. Thank you for all the information. And this is not the end of the conference, of course. Tomorrow is another day of it. And now in 10 minutes, actually there are 8 minutes, at 7 p.m., and I think it's noon at your time in Latin America, a new panel starts. So I would like to invite you to be with us also in this panel. Thank you very much. Have a great day, and I hope we'll see each other soon at some other occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you, Anita. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody. Hvala vsem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Obrigada.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Hello, just that.
Dobar dan, se slišimo?
Se slišimo, pozdravljeni.
Zdravljeni.
Prav, da se javim, da boste dali kljubco, da je drugi govorec z vami. Tako da.
Super, hvala. Tudi doktor Anderluha vidim, gospod direktor. Zdravljen, Mateja je tudi z nami.
Zdravo, živjo.
Zdravljeni, se slišimo, Mateja?
Slišimo.
Karolina, se slišimo?
Živjo.
Ok. Tamle imam napisan Gora Strenčel. Kdo pa je to z nami?
Ja, lepo zdrav. Gorazd Strenčel, moje ime, sem veleposlanik Slovenije v Braziliji.
Lepo pozdravljeni, vaša ekscelenca.
Zdravljeni, hvala.
Tako jaz kje? Mr. Taylor, you are with us? Can we hear each other?
Ja, lahko, slišim, v redu je, hvala. Dobar je.
Vidite slovensko tudi, ok.
Ne ve, kar v slovenščini.
Lahko tudi.
Hvala, v redu.
V redu.
Še naprej. Ok.
Edino, če ni gospoda Marka.
Litvin. Okay. Mr. Chiappes, are you with us? Just checking.
Yes, hi, good evening and good afternoon to LAC.
Good evening, Daniel, good evening. And then, Mark, Litwin, are you with us? Litwin? Can we hear you? Not yet. Okay. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, good evening to actually colleagues and participants from both sides of Atlantic. So in Europe, we have actually a dinner time. In Latin America, you have lunchtime. So we will try to be as rational and optimal as possible. Today, this last session today, and we hope that despite the fact that we have a lot of speakers today, we will finish approximately close to 9 o'clock Central European time. So in 2 hours, actually. My name is Peter Velasco. I'm head of science division at Slovenian Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. And I'm glad to be your moderator today of this session. And first of all, I would like to thank the Slovenian Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting us, me and us, my colleagues as well, from the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, to share this late afternoon, evening with you, and to touch very interesting and trendy themes, not only in Europe, but also I'm convinced also globally. So first of all, the session is of course rather late for our time, so I'm sure that we will be very rational as speakers. Each speaker has 10 minutes for the presentation, and then after each 2 speakers, we try to open the floor for the questions and answers, of course, from the speaker side. So 8 speakers, 4 packages for questions and answers. And if we'll still have some time at the end, we can still, of course, have some questions and answers and the interaction, the open interaction. So we have with us today, of course, very interesting and very diverse speakers with different backgrounds from different institutions and also from different countries in Europe. As we have written in the background announcement, I'm sure you have seen, it is very clear that the most pressing challenge, responsibility and opportunity for Europe and the world is keeping our planet and people healthy. This is the defining task of our time, as it is very obvious. The European Green Deal is, of course, one of the European responses to this set of grand challenges. It will drive us forward to climate neutrality by 2050, according to the plans, to the strategy in Europe, and of course, at the same time, focus also on adaptation to these changes. It will help protect and preserve the biodiversity, the natural heritage, and the oceans that bring so much wealth to us. The European Green Deal is a new European growth strategy. This is said by of course, the European College of Commissioners. The other side of the same story is the digital transition. The digital transition is already having a significant impact on every aspect of our lives and careers. It opens up new opportunities to connect, communicate, solve societal issues, and do business. So today we will discuss some of these aspects of twin transition, as we call it in Europe, top EU projects and citizen science, which are connected features of the renewed European research area, and the EU policy priorities as well, of course. And of course, we will also discuss the opportunities for the strengthened cooperation between EU member states, the European institutions, and Latin American countries with our colleagues from the different backgrounds and from different countries and from different DGs of the European Commission today. So let me start by inviting the first speaker today. This is a short package of green transition issues or items. And I'm very glad that we have today with us the director of National Institute of Chemistry of Slovenia, Professor Dr. Gregor Anderluh, who will actually present our National Institute of Chemistry and the possibilities for the further cooperation with the Latin American countries. So please, Dr. Anderluh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can I share the screen? Okay, can you see it? Yeah. Thank you very much again for opportunity to present our institute. We are National Institute of Chemistry. I'm the director of the institute. In Slovenia, we have 16 public research institutes, and our institute is the second biggest and the second oldest. So I will present briefly what we do, how we do, what are our operations, and basically all other research institutions in public research institutes in Slovenia are are performing research and development in a similar way. We are 75 years old institute. We were established after Second World War in order to help the country at that time with studies based on coal. So in decades afterwards, the institute activities were directed to chemical sciences. In 70s and 80s, there was a transition followed also by development of pharmaceutical sciences in Slovenia. So we maintain and keep very strong links from that time also nowadays. We grew, of course, in time in terms of personnel from one person 75 years ago to a modern research institution. The last addition was Pregl Research Center, named after a Slovenian born Nobel Prize winner, Friedrich Pregl, which was completed in 2013, and when we host some of our most important research infrastructure. So an aspect of scientific infrastructure is particularly important for us. So we have established several pieces of large pieces of equipment, which is nowadays used for characterizations of materials at atomic scale, such as transmission electron microscope, studies of biological molecules at atomic scale with cryo-electron microscopy. We are running a national nuclear magnetic resonance center, which is a very helpful infrastructural unit, not only for our research, but also for academic and most importantly, industrial users in Slovenia and in the region. We also have in-house high-performance computing cluster, which helps us with modeling in our research. Institutions such as ours cannot function in isolated manner. We are part of international science. We have and keep and maintain strong scientific links, first and foremost with European countries and European institutions. For example, last year we signed a scientific contract with ILL, Institut Laue-Langevin from Grenoble, for studies of material involving neutrons. And of course, we keep contacts also globally with partners from all over the world. So our mission is to generate new knowledge in chemistry and associate studies. We are one of the very important missions is a transfer of knowledge to younger generations. So we provide a very stimulating environment for development of new scientists. And we also are committed to transfer knowledge into the industry and to cooperate with industry when their developmental problems are exposed and they need this kind of help and assistance. So at the moment we are around 370 employees. Approximately 1/3 are PhD students. More importantly, approximately 15% of employees are foreigners, so we are welcoming any talent from abroad, and at the moment researchers from 27 different countries are performing their studies at the institute. Our areas of our research, although we are National Institute of Chemistry by name, we cover many different areas which are loosely connected to chemistry. We have very strong biotechnology portfolio with several research groups which are proficient in synthetic biology. Life sciences research is also very strong. On the other hand, we are very strong in nanotechnology, in energetics, and chemical engineering, as I will highlight later on with a few selected examples, which are important, of course, for green transition and decarbonization. With our projects and research teams, we cover all societal challenges defined by European Union. This is also very well visible in portfolio of our projects. So at the end of the last year, we were active in more than 170 different projects at European and national level. So these projects, we are very proud on projects from European Union. We have acquired funding for 6 ERC, European Research Council projects, which are the most scientifically established and praised projects at the European level. So we are able to provide excellent environment for such studies. So far, in the last framework program of European Union, we have cooperated or coordinating 49 projects, which puts us at the top of institutions in Slovenia and also the region. So if we look at the projects from the perspective of sustainable themes of United Nations, the top topics that are covered by our projects are health, clean energy, and sustainable consumption and production. In fact, there are several themes which are connected to green transition and zero carbon society, such as hydrogen technology and issues around that, advanced electrochemical approaches, including discovery of materials for energy storage and conversion. The concept of biorefinery in chemical engineering studies is very strong. We also are very good in polymer chemistry and technology issues, including recycling these materials. And as mentioned already, the modeling is important in all of this. In all of these endeavors, so there's quite a strong department covering this. Oh, sorry, I just realized that. Okay, yeah, there's quite a strong department that is strong about this. Let me, to conclude, let me present several of the projects that are connected to green transition and decarbonization. One very nice example in the field of development of better and advanced catalysts for hydrogen economy is 1-2-3 stable project of European Research Council, which was acquired by Professor Hodnik. This project is aimed to generate better catalysis, which can be used in future in hydrogen fuel cells. And so the research team has a great applicative potential. And in fact, Dr. Hodnik has acquired also proof of concept grants from ERC in order to develop this idea and to bring it closer to application. So with top science, we can actually provide some practical solution. Then in the field of decarbonization, I'd like to highlight a FRESME project, which is a very nice demonstration how we can tackle the issue of CO2 reuse by generating fuels which can be used for transportation and chemical sectors in Europe. This is a big consortia of 13 partners, and the outcomes of this project were really nice concept on how can we tackle decarbonization issue. Biorefinery concept is kept and maintained in several different projects. Biosprint is another big consortia of European partners which aim for zero waste operations by trying to reduce energy resources and greenhouse gases emission when some material, in this case hemicelluloses and lignocelluloses biomass, is converted to materials that can be used in other fields. Institute as ours can not only provide new knowledge and solutions for applications, but also can be part of policy formation at the level of European Union. For example, this is LCA 4 regions Interreg project of 9 partners, which aim to provide a holistic approach for public policies related to environmental protection and resource efficiency. So we are very, very strong in circular economy issues, and we try to provide also we try to employ our knowledge also at the policy level. We have, as mentioned several times, very strong collaborations with industry. So with top science, we can actually convince our international partners that we are right place to develop some innovative solutions for their projects. For example, I would like to highlight this R&D contracts, long-term R&D contract that we have with, for example, Oxford Nanopore Technologies in the field of nanosensing, and with Honda automotive industry in the field of battery development. So new types of batteries, which also are a much important part of green transition theme in Europe. So also in collaboration with industry, we can and we do contribute to green transition and decarbonization. So with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to participate in the discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Anderluch. This was a very nice presentation. I hope that our colleagues and participants today from far abroad, from the other part of the Atlantic, got a good picture about this potential of the National Institute of Chemistry in Slovenia. Now we will go directly to our second speaker, to Mrs. Dr. Andrea Kutnar, who is the chief person, a driving force of our project InnoRenew. InnoRenew is one of the projects of the Horizon 2020, and it was awarded by quite some millions of euros, as you will hear today. And this project is very multi-level and multi-sectorial, so I think it will be very interesting for many listeners today to hear more about this project, which is really international and one of the best projects we have here. It is the only teaming project we have in Slovenia. So, Mrs. Kutnar, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I don't know if now the expectations are high when you were doing the introduction. So I've been participating at I think it was the second Latin American Caribbean Days that we were together in Porto Roche, and it was a really pleasant event. Today I will be talking a bit more because the topic is also about the green, technologies, about InnoRenew and the activities that we do related to constructing our new home towards the climate change and, of course, the future of the built environment. So as it was mentioned, InnoRenew is a result of a successful Horizon teaming program application. We were successful in obtaining the funds, where we need to emphasize also the huge contribution from the national level. And so we established an institute, InnoRenew, that has 4 founders: University of Primorska, Fraunhofer Institute from Germany, Civil Engineering Institute from Ljubljana, and Cultural Heritage Institute. The title of the institute says it all: Renewable Materials and Healthy Environments Research and Innovation Center of Excellence. So those are our topics. Below are listed also all the partners. Today, being 4 years in operation, we have 70 people employed. Out of the 70, it's 46% are foreigners coming from 17 different countries. We do have one from Colombia, and this person actually came to us from Spain, but was born in Colombia. So we still have room to expand, to be actually more present in South America. And we run currently, I think it's 46 projects, quite a lot of them. And I won't go into this presentation of all the projects and how we are organized, but I would focus on something that I believe is very relevant today, even in establishing collaborations beyond Europe. And this is the use of wood and other renewable materials, or materials in general, in achieving the sustainability, where I think it's very important to go towards reuse. And in Europe, we sometimes say that it's maybe even a buzzword, circular economy, but I think that this is something that I think it's a lot of opportunities for collaboration also beyond Europe. As mentioned, we are really focused on wood, but also other renewable materials. The reason is that with the renewable materials, we can be making these circles with a closed loop. So we can actually do the recycling, we can do upgrading, but at the end, even if we use it for energy, the biological cycle is completed. On the other hand, when we use non-renewable materials, we can still circulate. We can still make circles, but there is always extraction, and there is always then the landfilling at the end that goes out of the waste. So there is the reason why we are really supporting this circular economy and use of renewable materials. Our focus in the frame of InnoRenew activities is also to be looking at and solving the issues of reusing and cascade utilization of wood, this natural material, and that we go into multiple cycles, including towards the end, before we use it for energy, for a source of chemicals and chemical processing. And why, maybe it's odd that I bring this out here, but I find it very important. And this is that recently there was a new European Bauhaus established, and in this, at this time, or this event of when it was actually defined, our president, Ursula von der Leyen, she was emphasizing the following. I will allow myself to cite her. We know that the construction sector can even be turned from a carbon source into a sink if organic building materials like wood and smart technologies like artificial intelligence are applied. And I find this like a really important achievement on the European level, that we are actually turning these buildings that are huge contributors to the climate change issues that we have, and a huge opportunity also for utilizing renewable material as wood is. So the new European Bauhaus, it's an initiative that wants to co-create, bring the society together, researchers, politicians, to create new ideas. And it's my honor to be presenting that we became last week partners of this new European Bauhaus, where we just today and tomorrow, actually, the first conference is taking place, where we will really try to contribute to the future of Europe, where we want to be reducing the emissions that we are causing. And there are many activities related to this, which I won't now go into, but an important aspect that InnoRenew is focusing on is how the built environment can actually be contributing to reduction of the CO2 emissions. Also, in the frame of the Bauhaus, the best practice presented is our new building that is under construction in Isola, will be finished in September. It's the largest wooden building in Slovenia so far, and it's going to be our new home for laboratories, from acoustics to microscopy lab to we even have just a carpenter's workshop for working obviously with wood, characterization lab, and similarly. But I'm not going to talk about this part, but actually how we are trying to do that. The building is actually our research object as well. So we dared to implement some novel and advanced uses of wood, and especially by trying to replace some non-renewable materials in buildings, while the focus is to create a healthy working environment. So we go a step forward, not only looking at the energy efficiency, how the building is actually impacting the environment, but how the building is impacting us, the people that use this. We designed the building on our own with internally employed experts, from architects to construction civil engineers to also experts in so-called restorative design. And of course, also the researchers were involved in providing innovative solutions for materials to be used. We did the life cycle so far of our building. It's the carbon footprint of the materials being used is 3,500 tons of CO2 emissions. I'm not going to go into details, but I would just like to emphasize it's important to be looking at these impacts during the construction phase already. And whoever is interested in the results, I would be really happy to share them with you. But there is another thing that we are doing, and this is that during the construction, a lot of waste is being created. And with InnoRenew's construction, we are actually collecting all the waste. Here in the bottom photo, you can see how we are collecting the waste. We are sorting it. We still didn't decontaminate it all and processing it further, because the processing part is actually currently a task for students of computer science and students of art to create an object and out of this waste wood. And we would like with this activity also bring the creative sector to the ambition of changing the future of the built environment. The whole building is also having many sensors, and we will be monitoring many things, but that's not today the focus. But our building is not built with the next very important aspect of the circularity, and this is that we design for deconstruction in order to be increasing then also the availability of reclaimed wood. So that so-called design for disassembly is a topic we are heavily involved, and we are working on trying to change that the buildings we will not build anymore for thousands of years or at least hundreds of years, but actually for a determined time frame, and that we will be actually able to reduce all these materials. But since we don't have a lot of time, I would just like to use this opportunity. And besides InnoRenew, I'm also part of University of Primorska. And we have several students from Latin America. And as mentioned before, this is a photo that was at the previous event. The students came with me. We were doing a joint presentation. They're still all with us. And we we're really pleased that even some of them, they speak fluent Slovene. It's amazing. So they at least they say to us that they would like to stay with us longer. But if I go like now to the with each of them a bit, so there is a student, Blas Fernandez, who is a PhD student, and he first came for Erasmus exchange, and then he decided to come back. And he's also an assistant at Department of Mathematics and young researcher, so we believe he will stay with us longer. Then we have another mathematician, also a doctoral student, who he arrived in 3 years, now it's already 3 years ago, and is also employed at the Department of Mathematics. In computer science, we have a student from Mexico, and he's also employed with university. So all of these, they will slowly be finishing their degrees, and we have another from Columbia, the mathematical science PhD student. And we hope that if they don't stay with us and they go back to their home countries, that they will be coming back to us and establishing collaborations with us. But just for the end, we'd like to invite you to international conference that InnoRenew and the University of Primorska together we are hosting in September 2022, and is called Wood Rise, which is in the frame of a Wood Rise Alliance. In the name itself already says it's about tall timber buildings. Our conference will focus on renovation and restoring of the urban built buildings with the use of wood. And it's expected around 1,000 people to participate. And I'm pretty sure that also in your regions you have companies that might be interested to be doing also the presentation of their solutions, and of course to also be establishing collaborations with research as well, industrial environment in the field of tall timber buildings. With that, I would like to thank you. I hope it wasn't too long. Sometimes when I start talking, it's hard to have a feeling of the time, but I'm looking forward to any discussions.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kutnar. As you see, you have actually seen a part of the Slovenian Mediterranean coast. So Slovenia is also a Mediterranean country, and on the other side is the Latin Americas. Yeah, you are invited, of course, now to to question our speakers, to question about the priorities, about the whatever you wish. So Professor Andeluch and Dr. Kutnar are actually available for any questions you might have. Anybody wants to break the ice? Otherwise, I can say that you have heard from the National Institute of Chemistry. It was mentioned, of course, that they are also actually doing a lot on the green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is one of the European priorities nowadays, and will be probably a kind of a new technology the European Union will push very strongly in next few years. So there we have some experts in this area, and we can also discuss about that if somebody wishes. And Dr. Kutnar has also mentioned New European Bauhaus, which is a very new idea of the new Commission, and of course the President of the Commission, Mrs. Ursula von der Leyen. This is, in my opinion, if I would like to put it very, very, let's say, how to put it, not very sophisticated way, I would say it's a new way of cohabitation that we would like to build in Europe. And as Mrs. Kutnar has said, beautiful, sustainable, of course. Any questions now? Of course, there will be still some time after all the presentations at the end, and we can have a very broad discussion afterwards. If not at this point, at this moment, then we will go to the second part of today's session, digital transition. And in this area, we have two distinguished speakers, Professor John Schaef-Taylor from IRCAI. IRCAI is International Research Center of Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO that was established in Slovenia. And the second speaker will be my colleague from the ministry, Mrs. Karolina Schlegel, who will talk about the Slovenian projects in this area. She will tell us something more about HPC and Slovenian part of that Vega that was just recently opened. But now, first of all, I would like to ask Mr. Schaef-Taylor to present us IRCAI and its contribution to the digital transition in Europe. So, Professor Taylor, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's an honor to be part of this event, and thank you for the invitation. So I will try to give you just a few insights into what we've been doing within this International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence, and in particular, the theme of its contributions to the European digital transition. Perhaps it's a little bit of background first. IRCAI is part of a wider ecosystem. It's actually currently a department in the Josef Stefan Institute, and it also builds on work that I'll mention briefly in networks of excellence in machine learning that were organized across Europe. And following those, the establishment of a charity known as the Knowledge for All Foundation, which is a joint UK-Slovenian initiative, startups in Slovenia and the UK, University College London, where I also hold a position, and also links with international organizations. So just in terms of that ecosystem, the Network of Excellence was known as Pascal, which was a network of excellence working to develop machine learning within Europe. It was quite a large network of 60 institutions, and I think was quite influential in promoting machine learning, not only as a discipline in itself, but also with sister disciplines and encouraging, for example, computer vision to adopt machine learning techniques, which have, very much transformed that field and led to the very significant advances that we've seen with deep learning and so on, making a very strong impact, but also in natural language processing. I think it's fair to say that we've also been quite influential in open educational resources by establishing the so-called videolectures.net site. That was one of the actions of the Pascal network, which was established at the Josef Stefan Institute in Slovenia, and is one of the largest portals of open educational resources, storing many summer school recordings, workshops, conferences, and so on. It also, as I'll mention in a moment, led to the link with UNESCO. And as I mentioned earlier, the Knowledge for All is the charity that was established as a legacy of the Pascal network and has been helping to establish a network of AI experts in sub-Saharan Africa. So this is the first UNESCO AI Center, and it's addressing, its aim is to see what the application of AI can achieve towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and it's funded by the Slovenian government and follows a tradition of AI within Slovenia that goes back to the 1970s. So the relationship with UNESCO, as I mentioned, arose mainly initially through this videolectures.net site, which was the winner of the World Summit Award, UNESCO Award in 2009, and actually then a follow-up kind of, let's say, Time Award in 2013. But it's also led to IRCAI personnel involving in a number of UNESCO activities. So there was a Mitya Yermol, who became a UNESCO chair in open educational resources and open learning in 2014, and Colin de la Higuera, who became chair in technologies for teacher training in open educational resources in 2017, and myself, who became a chair in artificial intelligence in 2018. But we've also, with the help and with the guidance of the Slovenian government, been quite influential in developing awareness of open educational resources and UNESCO involvement in that, with initially a congress in Ljubljana that we helped to organize in 2017, and then one of the drivers of this recommendation on open educational resources, which was adopted in 2019. And we've also been involved in the recommendation that is being developed on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which is hopefully going to be adopted this year in November at the UNESCO Assembly. We had our IRCAI launch. The IRCAI was formally launched just at the end of March. And this is just a list of the people who attended our obviously online launch. So it's very international presence with a lot of attendance from right across the globe, including South America, though we would have liked to have seen more attendance from South America, but nonetheless, it was present, and we hope to develop relations with South America. As I said, one of the main aims is to connect AI and sustainable and digital economy. And at IRCAI, we believe that AI can play a very significant role in helping to deliver that, let's say, carbon neutrality and many other aspects of sustainable development. We're also involved in a number of the policy areas, particularly the regulation on a European approach to artificial intelligence, as well as the UNESCO recommendation that I mentioned a moment ago. This is just an example of the kind of things that we have been doing before the establishment of the center itself. This is through the Knowledge for All Foundation that I mentioned, this transfer from the EU into sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been funding micro projects there, for example, looking at cracking the language barrier for multilingual Africa and how AI can assist in developing language technologies and potentially machine translation of African languages. So there's a number of researchers that have been funded with assistance, I should mention, from the Canadian Development Agency, the International Development Research Center in Canada. So these are just some of the projects that we have funded through that activity. So the reasons that we're, I think, a useful collaborator for the European Commission is that we bring a unique capabilities to the table, particularly the access to governments through UNESCO beyond Europe. And certainly the Slovenian government has been very helpful in promoting this, and we have worked with the Slovenian government and through them, being able to contact, for example, the UNESCO member states. We're also looking at access to international policy networks, and we are actively engaged in a number of these, again, with the assistance of Slovenia. GPI is one, the OECD, where Marko Grobelnik, who is a key member of the team at IRCAI, is leading the development of an AI observatory for the OECD. Also in the Council of Europe, the development of AI guidance for the protection of human rights. Clearly UNESCO in our role as a UNESCO center and with the United Nations. But we're also aiming to be a link between researchers in Europe and more internationally. And we're hoping to develop, as I'll mention in a minute, a more international network of centers looking at how AI can impact sustainable development. So I'll say more about that in a little while. And we believe that through this, we can also promote European values within this network, and particularly in the approach to AI, in thinking about ethical aspects of AI, policy for AI, and its impact on human rights and the well-being of humanity. So we have a number of programs of cooperation, and we'd like to sort of invite partners to engage with us. We have a science program looking at developing core science about the application of AI to sustainable development. We're in the process of setting up a scientific journal. We're developing a funding program that will fund both research and potentially spin out companies that will take solutions and implement them at scale, and a capacity building program for developing skills and showcasing particularly the potential, but also the ethical aspects of AI, and then the potential of a validation program looking at how we may be able to certify solutions as high quality and ethically and exhibiting ethical properties. So here are 4 particular things related to the European digital transition, which I'll mention very briefly. Again, I don't want to dwell in much detail. If there are questions, obviously I'll try to answer them in the follow-up. We're going to be, so the Congress on the Governance of AI, the network of centers in EU and beyond, and certification and audit mechanism I just mentioned, and the digital education content framework. So these are just 4 examples of engagements that we're building with European bodies. So I'll mention very briefly a little about them. So as you're probably aware, of course, Slovenia will be acting as the EU presidency in the second half of this year, and there will be a number of events, and particularly looking at AI and education in one, and we are looking to involve other Directorate General DGs in that event, and to aim to harmonize with other EC counterparts, particularly the Council of Europe and the UNESCO recommendation, the ethics of AI. This building of a network, I think, is something we're very excited and is close to our hearts. We would very much like to build a strong international presence in between centers looking at how AI can impact sustainable development. And this links with the European Sustainable Development and AI Action. And we aim to promote European values in AI tools in education, which we've been developing, cross-language and enriching of content, and sustainability and ethical responsibility of AI systems in education. This idea of AI certification is, as I've mentioned, linked very closely to the policy aspects. And it's one thing to have a policy, it's another how you actually operationalize it. And we believe that by having AI look at itself, if you like, develop AI systems that are able to monitor and analyze AI systems and describe them along key normative dimensions, we'll be able to have much more effective implementation of policy directives. So this is something we would be keen to see built and to contribute to the building of. And finally, this IRCAI and the digital education content framework, something that's the European Commission is very keen to develop, and we believe that we can contribute quite significantly with a so-called observatory using AI tools and using deep analytics and monitoring and plan functionalities. We can create a global observatory to understand what is developing in terms of the global, national, and local information relevant to education in sustainable development. So this is something that I believe, again, we would be very keen to develop, and there's initial indication from the European Commission that there's interest in our involvement in this. So in summary, IRCAI, I think, brings a new dimension among EU AI centers. It has a potential to bring greater engagement internationally, particularly in relation to applications to sustainable development, policy and ethical aspects of AI, and in this creating of a global partnership in addressing the key challenges of our age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shave-Taylor. And yes, of course, artificial intelligence is also one of the Slovenian priorities during our presidency in the second half of the year. Many ministries will collaborate in this area, so there will be another possibility for IRCAI to be visible and to also contribute to the program of our presidency. Now we will go to Mrs. Karolina Schlegel, my colleague from the ministry, who will tell us about the HPC and its Slovenian outspring Vega. Please, Karolina, the floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. I would like to ask if you see the presentation.
Yes, it is seen, yes.
Just a moment, something's not working. Okay. Do you see the presentation now?
It's better, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good evening and welcome to the introduction of the supercomputer Vega. As Peter said, my name is Karolina Schlegel and I come from the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport, where I work in the field of planning, implementing and co-financing of big research infrastructures. Vega is the first installed Euro-HPC supercomputer and the largest supercomputer in Slovenia. It is hosted by the Institute of Information Science, ISUM, a public institution established by the government and also responsible for maintenance and support of the system. Other major responsibility of ISUM is research and development of library automation information system called COBIS, which represents collaboration platform with system and application infrastructure and supported services to more than 1,000 libraries across Slovenia and also several countries in Balkans. According to our research and innovation strategy, national research infrastructure roadmap and smart specialization, high-performance computing is one of the national priority areas. So, back in 2018, we started the project named HPC River, aiming to establish a high-performance computing center. University of Maribor, ISUM and Faculty of Information Science participated in the project. The project was co-funded by the European Union through the European Regional Development Fund within the operational program for the implementation of the European Cohesion Policy 14-20, and of course by the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. And supercomputer Vega, named after Slovenian mathematician, was, let's say, born. In 2019, the European High Performance Computing Joint Undertaking launched its first calls for expression of interest to select the sites that will host the joint undertaking's first supercomputers. These are petascale and precursors to exascale machines in 2020. And ISUM, in collaboration with Slovenian supercomputing network consortium called SLING, applied for the Euro-HPC tender and was as one of the 8 sites for the supercomputer centers across the European Union selected to host one of the first European supercomputers. Experts from ISUM, Josef Stefan Institute and ARNES jointly managed to define architecture and processed the procurement of HPC Vega, supplied by company Atos, and the investment was of 17.2 million euro. In March 2021, HPC Vega passed the second test, and the official start of the supercomputer was 2 days ago, on April 20. I'm sure you saw in the news. Regarding requirements of this project, it was decided that ESUM takes all the responsibilities as the hosting entity. Because the building itself is big enough, they already host national RNS network backbone node for Eastern Slovenia, and some other very important requirements like energy efficiency and value for money, like high performance, low OPEX, were considered. HPC Vega is now placed into 2 system rooms with approximately 100 square meters. Power consumption is around 1 megawatt. System has more than 130,000 CPU cores and 240 GPUs. Max is 6.8 petaflops, and system has overall more than 20 petabytes. And in this year, connection to the internet with 500 gigabits per second is planned. About system architecture, HPC Vega is based on the cutting-edge technology with multi-purpose system architecture. I won't go in details because all the technical details are available on the ESUM's webpage, so please visit that page. About research domains, the Vega supercomputer increased the computing power available in Slovenia and in Europe as a whole. And it will support European researchers and users from the public and industry sector wherever they are in Europe. As it was co-founded by the EuroHPC, 35% of overall capacities are used by applicants for EuroHPC calls, and the rest, 65% of capacities, are in use for Slovenian researchers and development in industry, where main research domains are machine learning, artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, biomolecular and material simulations, non-equilibrium, quantum, and physical, statistical physics, particle physics, and many other. So, to conclude, Vega is an example of a common vision supported by different sources of funding and an excellent cooperation of institutions. And we believe and we hope that this project will provide the opportunity for Slovenian and European researchers to work together on a number of new international research ideas, helping to deal with societal challenges and contributing to sustainable development through science. Thank you for your attention. And please, for other technical details and or other things, please visit ESUM webpage or HPC River or Slink webpage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Now this part of digital transition is actually finished with our 2 speakers. And now let me ask if there are some questions from the participant side. Any question here? Yeah, I must say that we are particularly proud that the first HPC in European Union was actually open in Slovenia just a few days ago. And Carolina was very much involved in that. And it will really serve as one of the large infrastructures in Slovenia and also in the region of Balkans and Southeastern Europe. So I think that these 2 cases of IRCAI and HPC Vega show that Slovenia, despite the fact that it's a small country, can actually contribute a lot in the intelligence area, artificial intelligence in this case, and could be a very reliable European and international global partner here. Any questions, any comments from the colleagues, speakers? Yes, Director, Professor.
Maybe just a comment. Well, actually, a congratulation, really, more than a comment, to the ministry. We were really very happy that a couple of days ago, this startup of Vega computer It's really an important research infrastructure of Slovenia. We are really very excited that institutions that will be able to use our institute, for example, it was already active when the pilot scheme was set up. We already use this infrastructure. It's a very good example on how a strategic investment of resources helps developing other research areas. For example, we cannot do a proper cryo-electron microscopy and analysis of biological molecule structure without support that is offered now by Vega. So it was a very smart move by Slovenia, and it will make our institutions much more competitive and able to offer additional research areas and expertise to national and international partners. So congratulations really again for this achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director, for that. Well, it is also a case how a small country like Slovenia can, within the European Union, much bigger entity, of course, develop a large research infrastructure that is multilayered, multidisciplinary, and can help, of course, to develop faster very different research areas in Slovenia, but also in the region. So we hope that there will be more and more such cases, not only in Slovenia, but also in the region and in whole European Union, and that by doing that, by building such infrastructure, we will be able to be even more competitive on the global scale. And digital transition is definitely the process that is fostering very fast, developing very fast, and we have to be actually competitive in this area as well. Some other questions, comments? If not, if this is not the case, then we can proceed to the next chapter or part of today's session. And we have here two topics. Actually, first we will present, Mr. Painter will present the Slovenian participation in the European public-private partnership factories of the future, which is more than 1 billion euro, let's say, heavy European project. And this is also one of the priority areas in the European Union. So how to develop the factories of the next generation, and how these modern factories and business could also be adapted to the criteria of the sustainable development and green transition. So please, Mr. Painter, the floor is yours, and please present us the project you are cooperating with.
Sorry, can you?
Can you double click to enter the full screen mode?
I think I have a problem. Do you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Do you even hear me? Because
I can hear you. We can try to. Okay. There we have it. There we have it.
which is the largest research institute in Slovenia. Oh, something went wrong. I do not know. So, I will try once again.
We will try to put it on because I have your presentation, and we can do like that. Our colleague here will, help you to deliver the slides.
Okay, so maybe you introduce the next one, and I will send you in between, and then okay, thank you.
Slide number 2. Yeah, I'll try to. We have the USB with a lot of files there, so but I hope that we will find it, because the date is today, so we just uploaded today. So I think that our colleague will find it soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just please send me a mail where I have to send my presentation, so that you can display it afterwards.
It will be in a second. I would just suggest that you always say next slide, please, and we will turn the presentation to the next slide.
So you have a presentation that I have sent you PDF. So
Okay.
Yeah, just a second.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm very sorry for this. I think I have a bad connection, maybe. Well, I'm Rudy Painter. I'm coming from Joseph Stefan Institute, where I'm the head of the Center for Factories of the Future. And at the same time, I'm also the manager of SRIP Factories of the Future. So just a few words about Joseph Stefan Institute. Joseph Stefan Institute is the largest institute in Slovenia. We have 1,078 employees, among them 510 PhD scientists, 424 with bachelor degree, and we do a lot of projects every year. And also we are leading and contributing in the many European projects, Horizon, Interreg, and so on. So the main research areas are physics, chemistry, molecular biology and biotechnology, information technologies with artificial intelligence, automation and robotics, reactor physics and technology, energy, and environment. So we also have international postgraduate school where we have different study programs: nanosciences, nanotechnologies, ICT, ecotechnologies, sensor technologies. And we have also now introduced new study program, digital transformation. Please, next slide. And let me say what is Slovenian Smart Specialization Strategy is an operational plan facilitating the shift to high productivity economy through boosting innovation potential, fostering structural transformation and industrial diversification, and supporting growth of new and fast growing companies. Slovenian Smart Specialization Strategy has 3 pillars, and digital, circular, Industry 4.0. Around these pillars, we have established strategic research partnerships covering 9 priority domains. Priority industry value chains are knowledge supported by academia and politically supported through specialized calls fostering innovations from Tier 3 to Tier 9. Next slide, please. And what is the role of Joseph Stefan Institute in this Smart Specialization, Slovenian Smart Specialization Strategy? Well, SRIP Factories of the Future has 5 technologies which contributes to the key ATs. And also, Joseph Stefan Institute is a coordinator of 2 SRIPs. So SRIPs Factories of the Future and SRIP Smart Towns and Communities. And we are providing key enabling technologies to all other SRIPs. So please, next slide. And here is the structure we have. So SRIP Factories of the Future is innovation cluster powered by 4 beneficiaries. You are seeing here, this one is Chamber of Commerce, Competence Center of Systems and Technologies of Control, and also Joseph Stefan Institute and TECOS. This is a tooling cluster. So they are all beneficiaries are actually clusters. So structure is further divided to 8 vertical value chains, where there are mainly companies within same market domain, and horizontal networks where 6 key IT provide knowledge to an early stage to vertical value chains. So there are also different common services available for all members. Traditionally, each domain is banded to one prevailing kit, but within this metric structure, each vertical has possibility to interact with many key ITs, enhancing the domain knowledge. So please, next slide. So with this, I'm just trying now to describe all the technologies we are using, so that shortly I will show also the impact of the technologies to the circular economy in each of it. So we have robot technologies, and we are for the next generation industry. We have also key topics are robot manufacturing, advanced robotic components, sensors, actuators, advanced robotic systems, cobots, cognitive robots, advanced robotic vision and vision sensors, and advanced cooperative robot cells. And robotics is well developed in Slovenia with over 170 robots per 10,000 employees. A new established Yaskava production plant in Slovenia, the first in Europe, will be a catalyst to upgrade Slovenian robotics value chain to a strong hub or even future specialized cluster. Please, next slide. We are specialized mainly in self-configurable and adaptive robot cells. With a successful project Reconcile, which was led by Joseph Stefan Institute, it was H2020 project. We are continuing in using this technology in a Reconcile project. This is the aim of the project, is to introduce self-reconfigurable hardware and software to disassembly of electronic devices based on reconfigurable robotic cell developed in Reconcile project. So within 3D vision and also self-adaptive cells, we can manage a lot of different electronic waste for disassembly. So there are some some other samples which are mainly used in industry applications. Most of them are in pilot stage, but some of them are already in production. Please, next slide. So the next technology is photonics. So we are covering photonics from TRL1 to TRL9. And we're having two divisions in this area. One is mainly focused on industry, and the second on medical devices. Please, next slide. And here are some samples. So the focus areas: a new concept of laser sources, new principles of laser digital processing of industrial materials, new principle of using photonics for medical regeneration, therapy, surgery, and personalized diagnostics, and production technologies in photonics. Please, next slide. So this is one of the products for industry, laser transfer printing. It is a kind of innovation, and the first of this kind product in the world. Please, next slide. So there's lasers in medicine, for example, Alexandrite laser with E-loop scanning system. It is a product which was made in cooperation within a GOSTOP project, where also a large company for a laser, a very known company, Photona, was also involved, one of the partners. So in the partnership, this ELOP scanning calcium laser was developed. And the second, it was smart YAG system. And this was new optical system for ophthalmology laser. And it's also a patented one. And it's a result of the GOSTER project. Please, next slide. And also, we are introducing and having also atmospheric cold plasma technologies, and they represent a key technological breakthrough in modern industry. So we can global use is growing at around 15% per annum, and the driving force is the need for innovative products, the ecological integrity of technologies, and high added value. So here are all the areas when we can use plasma, and within this we can add a new value to the products in these areas. Please, next slide. And we are focus areas are smart plasma systems, so high-tech automatic smart plasma system for continuous production, and plasma technologies for decontamination, disinfection, and sterilization. We can use food sterilization, water sterilization, and introduction of plasma technologies into non-conventional niches. It is they are getting a very wide use in medicine. So let's say also in dental medicine. So what are the goals? Higher added value products and competitiveness on the market. And we do not use any more chemical processes. So we are substituted some very destroying chemical processes for the environment with the plasma. So this way the production goes green, and we produce cheaper and faster. So cold plasma is a kind of a very, very prospective green technology. Please, next slide. So also we are producing, and our partners are producing smart sensors, and these smart sensors are substantial for sensing the environment. And we are producing advanced micro and nano sensors for process control, 3D sensor systems, smart nano biochem sensors in the environment, industry, and medicine, and advanced electrochemical sensors for virus detection. This is our new topic, and also smart plasma sensors, where we have also make a patent pending for this the first kind of this sensor on the world. So smart sensors are the basis for capturing measurable data and their further digitalization. Please, next slide. And also the advanced materials and modern production methods for materials and nanotechnologies are very, very important. So within advanced materials, we are very focused on magnetic materials with minimum amount of rare earth. So this is very, very important for a new technologies for producing, well, in mobile sector. So because magnets are used in electric motors, and environmentally friendly materials for protective elements in electrical and electronic devices, and functional coatings for different materials. And then we have also modern production methods for materials and nanotechnologies. So we are introducing quantum technologies as a new very prospective technology and very, very future oriented. And nanotechnologies for coatings and surfaces, components in Industry 4.0 based on the materials, and introduction of PVD technologies in industry. So also nanotechnologies for environment and resource management. Please, next slide. Here are some samples of modern production technologies. So insulating materials, it is a study of glass foaming mechanisms, and we have a glass foaming technology, which is leading to materials with very, very good temperature characteristics, and we also improving recycled opportunities of the use of secondary raw materials in the glass production processes. Then there are some antibacterial biomaterials which are used for different protection, in vitro properties, and efficient synthesis and processing of the biomaterials through characterization of material properties. Then we have also electronic materials of different based on ceramic and ceramics with pressure sensors and varistors and so on. Please, next slide. So there are some other magnetic materials where we also study recycling of high energy magnets. And this is also, we are studying 3D printing of complex shapes based on magnetic materials and complex alloys. And there I have mentioned also varistor ceramic and also many use of nanoparticles and nanocomposites in various applications. Please, next slide. So another is intelligent industrial automation management systems, which are the heart of every company. At the end, if you are going green, and if you are going green in a factory, then it is still a factory. And we have to connect the system together, the technologies together. And here are some topics we are working on, and what are very important topics for also to twin transition. It is industrial IoT and artificial intelligence in systems management and optimization. So this way we are spending energy in complex system. We are spending less energy, and we consume less other energies, and this way we are producing less CO2 impact of the company and of the system. And also what is very important is digital twins in technical processes, where we are designing digital twins of the real systems, and this way we are controlling and very easy adapting a real system towards the data collected through the digital systems. So the next slide, please. And there are some examples: a platform for multi-agent control based on IoT sensors, and communication agent and diagnostic system for end-of-line quality assessment. There are some examples. Maybe I will give this presentation to the organizer, and you can read it by yourself. I will not explain this in details. Please, next slide. So, and then all these technologies together are then coming to the smart factory. And also within the smart factory, we are using evaluation of artificial intelligence methods in production, and development and implementation of automatically adjustable digital twins. And what is our goal? The holy grail of the smart factory is the concept of self-adaptive and self-learning architecture on the agent-based decision-making system at a factory level, so that these factories can learn, and also they can adjust to the incidents and everything done with as much as less of human control. So we are working very hard to make also Industry 4.0 demonstration nodes network. So the next slide, please. And what we have built is a demonstration of the concept of the distributed system. It is a demo factory, a small demo plant in Faculty of Machine Engineering, and where we can demonstrate this concept of the smart factory. So, and also digital twin and smart manual assembly workstation with collaborative robot. And also this is demonstration center, which serves also for research and development, education and training of students, project work and testing field, and also education and workshop for the industrial partners. But this is very, very small one, and we are working hard to make demo center on the national level, which will be much larger and much more oriented to different industries. The next slide. We are also working on certain projects where we are working on transition to circular economy based on key enabling technologies and digitalization. I said and digitalization because already what was mentioned, and it was mentioned twin transition, and they say green and digital, but it's not only green and digital because all other technologies are also involved. But digital is only a help to gather data and to present the data, but all other technologies are always involved. So the C generates four technological needs: advanced collection, sorting, recycling. So that we need applications, sensors, and robots. And then also we need efficient processing of materials. So we need machine learning, artificial intelligence, nanotechnologies, the knowledge of materials. And also there is a production and support of circularity. So we need 3D printing, disassembly, repair. And also we need interactive platforms. So we need applications, websites, databases, IoT platforms, and so on. So but all these technologies exist. The challenge is how to make them achievable and systematically integrate them in ways that enable environment and economy, sustainable business models of the companies. So the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. We are partner of one of the Alpine Space Interact programs named Circular 4.0, where we are doing just this. So how to make C transition and at the same time also the transition to the smart factory. So we are focused on three circular models, so circular design, optimal use, and value recovery. So please, next slide. And within, we are developing a methodological approach. And after that, we are also developing the training process. So we are training the people how to make this transition and how to so mentorship the SMEs to make this transition happen, because we know that every company is individual problem, not problem, but a challenge. And with the circular assessment and also with Industry 4.0 maturity assessment, and combining these two, we are trying to define and see and bring the path to the SMEs how to start with this twin transition in an efficient way, and that there is a economical also goal beside. So next slide, please.
Please finish.
And this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, Institute Josef Stefan is, of course, the largest institute in Slovenia. Therefore, the presentation was a bit longer than expected. But yeah, there are so many things to actually to tackle and to inform you about what is happening in Slovenia in the area of research and innovation. You can see that despite the fact that Slovenia is a small country, it's a very vivid country, and the capital of knowledge is the only unlimited capital we have in the world. And that's why we can have a lot of long discussions and also substantial discussions. Okay, are there any questions at this point? Maybe because the next presentation will be very different from this one. Okay, then we can still have questions after. Our next speaker is Mrs. Mateja Grego from the Marine Biological Station in Piran in Slovenia. And she will share with us today an experience about the Citizen Science project, which started as a trio presidency project trio presidency means German, Portuguese, and Slovenian presidency, and you will see that it is really something different because it engages, of course, citizens, and in this case, these are children. So please, Mateja, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Peter. My name is Mateja Grego. I come from National Institute of Biology, Marine Biology Station Piran, and I would like to present you the Plastic Pirates Go Europe project. It is very interesting that the start of this project goes back a few years ago, and it's as a result of a collaboration with Chile and Germany, so Latin America and Europe, where the school children were assessing were following the pathway of plastic litter along Chilean and German coast. And at the end of this project, the German partners then developed this protocol with school children, with citizens, of investigating riverine litter. So this project goes on in Germany since 2016. And the German Minister of Education and Research was so fond of this project that she proposed it as a joint action of the trio presidency of the EU Council in 2021. So now we are all together, the Germans, the Portuguese, and us in this project. And moreover, we are also working with the EU Commission to extend it to all European member states. So that would hopefully be implemented in the following years under the mission Starfish 230. Why investigate plastic litter in rivers? It's obvious. The rivers contribute a lot to the marine litter, especially the Asian rivers, and more so. Estimations are about tons here, 1 million tons, but actually the microplastic from the wastewaters and other sources are even more important source of litter coming into the sea. In marine litter is very well researched and receives a lot of media attention, while riverine litter, the macro and micro, is still quite an unknown area. And this is what we are trying to assess on a large scale in this project. But we also want want for the citizen to know that the sea starts at the river, but also everywhere, because we're all connected with the sea by the air we breathe, by the food we eat, and by the usage of the sea to transportation or holidays and so on. Why citizen science? Well, citizen science works with and for society. For scientists, it's really appropriate to get such a large geographical coverage, which we could not in a short time frame, which we could not, like a small group of scientists could not assess in such a time scale. For example, well, Germany has now around 800 data sets from schools. And in Slovenia, in 1 month, when we start to promote the project, we already have 101 schools that applied to take part in the project and to sample their own river. With this project, we want to enhance scientific literacy, and also it's important to educate for sustainable development. But what does the school children, what do they get in this project? They learn how to collect data, how to employ scientific methods, how to familiarize with scientific careers. They get new expert knowledge, and hopefully this will be reflected in their own behavior. They will spread the word amongst their families and friends, and some of them will initiate political processes, or we will do so. So this project is about teamwork, and the mentors are in between the scientists and the school children. From the talks I heard before, the citizen science projects, other citizen science projects are more focused on an individual because, for example, with technology, we can also do a lot. We can take pictures of jellyfish, of different plants or different diseases. With development of sensors, this would be even more challenging, or we will maybe be able to use more citizen science. But the starts of citizen science go back in the 19th century with the ornithologists who studied bird migration, and the scientists used their data. And now the plastic is more common than birds, and it's much easier to identify. So I think this project is really up to date for our time. We developed the teaching material in the project that it's meant for teachers, but it has also exercises, and the chapters are about water and sea and food webs in the sea, then the pollution of the sea, the usage of the sea, and what does plastic waste do in the sea, but also over to you, where they learn also what we heard in other talks, how to not close the circle, because plastic does not have a closed circle, but at least how to prolong this circle, to reuse a plastic bottle to grow plants, or to do some aquaponics, or to do some art material. So at least they can do that, and of course reduce the usage of plastic. We know that the great problem in the seas is the microplastic, and that the plastic is part also of the food web, and that it's found in the most remote sediments and animals that live there, like in the Mariana Trench at 11,000 meters depth. So we really want to bring this to the children and to the mentors, and also the mentors will then adapt our vision, and they will also educate future generations, not just this generation now. So these materials are online to download in English, German, Portuguese, and Slovenian, and hopefully they will be soon also prepared in all European languages, also Spanish. There is this project booklet that leads the groups to sample on the common protocol. And what we like, the scientists like with this approach, with citizen science, because the sampling is random. We normally choose a sampling location and based on the hypothesis, but here we really have random sampling. So the school teachers choose the stream or the river on their own without our help. So we get random data. We don't really choose the sampling location. Okay, so the school children are divided in 4 groups, and each group has a certain task. The first group collects waste in circles of 7 square meters at the river edge, 3 at the river bank, and 3 on top of the river bank. Each time they take photographs of this litter and mark the place. And then the scientists will verify this data by the visual, by the photographies. And then the group B will walk along the river and collect plastic. Of course, they will mark the distance and from the river and along the river, so they can calculate then per square meter how much litter was found and what sort of litter, and especially what was the ratio of single-use plastic to all plastic and to all litter, because single-use plastic is the most problematic, because plastic is also a good material for certain use. In the group C, so the group C, we send the microplastic net to the school, and they leave the school for 1 hour in the stream or in the river, and then they sort the microplastic, or they send us to so that we sort, and then we analyze for the type of plastic. And the group B basically reports and marks the GPS location and tries to identify what is the source of this plastic. Either it's agriculture or dumpings or visitors and so on. So these are the results. They upload the tables, which we then verify and analyze microplastics. And then these results are showed as metadata on the map. So each group is actually on the map. So Germany has really already a lot of data, while Slovenia and Portugal have 1 because we just started the project. The findings in Germany were of course a lot of plastic and cigarette butts, but the children also found the hotspot of microplastic pellets in an urbanized area. So the researchers went back to sample again, and indeed an industry was releasing this in the environment. I would like to invite you, especially maybe the ambassador could help us spread the word, that in June we have a webinar for teachers all over the world. And we will we'll present this on our website, so please visit. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mateja. It was a very lovely presentation and very sympathetic one. Do we have any questions for Mateja or for Mr. Painter? Are there any questions, comments? Yeah, I mean, I can just inform you that, of course, this is a project of trio presidencies, so also the Slovenian presidency, which already takes place, which is already happening. So Slovenia already presides together with Portugal and Germany in this project. And I can also inform you that this project will soon grow into the European project. So many other member states, many other countries, even non-member states, would like to join to this very sympathetic project. And we are now having discussions with the European Commission how to upgrade this project into the really European, all European project. Okay, thank you very much. The time is running very fast. And if there are no other questions, the presentations were obviously very, very clear and very precise. Now it's time to move to the last chapter of today's session. And now we will have two colleagues from the European Commission from two different DGs. And first I would like to welcome Mr. Daniel Chiapes from DG R&I to tell us how in his work actually the plans for the EU Latin America countries cooperation is envisaged and planned. So Daniel, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. It is indeed a pleasure to be here at this event. I think it is a lovely event and we saw great presentations. I'm very glad to have been invited to this group. So thanks a lot for that. I will try quickly sharing my screen. Hopefully it will work. Let me quickly see. It should be this one. I hope you can see the slides.
We have it, yes. Thank you.
So I will just approach it from a slightly different perspective because here in the team where I work, actually we are coordinating our cooperation with the LAC region in the area of research and innovation. So to just briefly sort of summarize the context within which this initiative has developed and then move on to the latest developments, latest news, and also the next steps for the next couple of years. So just to understand a little bit how the Horizon Europe Framework Program is designed in this context, there is one fundamental design philosophy here, which is openness to the world. This actually goes back to the previous framework program, which was Horizon 2020, and the famous 3 O's which we had there, which was open science, open innovation, and open to the world. And that's where it was formally introduced as one of the biggest, let's say, building blocks of the framework program. And this continues also in Horizon Europe. So this openness to cooperation is a basic philosophy here. Now, of course, there are some issues around some sensitive areas. Maybe there can be some limitations at the level of calls, but the general approach is always this openness where we invite international partners to cooperate with us on these research projects and so on. So by default, all the international partners are encouraged to participate. In some areas, we have specific calls which favor some regions. For instance, Latin America, we have specific interest in some areas, but even those which are not targeted specifically to some territories, even those are generally open to participants from abroad. So with Latin America, we have established what we call a joint initiative on research and innovation, which is also called JIRI. This goes back to 2010. There was a summit, the EU-LAC summit, which established this. And it is basically a framework for dialogue between both regions in how we cooperate on research and innovation. So this is usually done through regular meetings of senior officials from ministries, from national administrations, from agencies, who convene usually every 2 years, with some exceptions. to discuss the joint priorities, that what we should be focusing on. These meetings usually review also the progress achieved since the previous meeting. So they are quite important in establishing actually what our joint priority should be and how well we are performing towards our goals. Now, in this context, in this GIRI context, we have launched what we call a common research area, which is a little bit inspired by the European research area, of course, but taken to this bi-regional dimension. And for this common research area, we started by designing these three main pillars. And there was a lot of discussion here today, which touches actually on all three main pillars. Later on, we also extended it by including innovation. Now, the first one obviously was the mobility of researchers, which is a very attractive topic. Research infrastructures, I think after the presentations today, the excellent, beautiful presentations today, I think everybody understands the importance of research infrastructures in this. And then the third one was the global challenges and the goals which we have also in both regions in this area. So this is more or less the basic structure of a common research area between the EU and the LAC region. Now, the latest developments in this context, last year in October, we had one of these senior officials meetings. It was at the end of October. And this was after a short break. Since 2017, there were some difficulties, political difficulties, so it was a little bit, challenging to organize it. But in 2020, together with the presidency of CELAC, which is currently held by Mexico, we managed to renew this dialogue. And we had a great participation, almost more than 150 participants from 40 EU and CELAC countries participated in this event. So it was really very well attended, and it showed actually the interest on both sides in this dialogue. Now, in this meeting, the delegates negotiated this strategic roadmap for the next years. And this is a document, bi-regional document, which summarizes the priorities of both regions, what we want in the EU and in CELAC to focus on in the next 2 or 3 years. Now, this provides a sort of a framework about how we should direct our activities. And both sides mobilized as many members and organizations from their own constituencies as possible. So we had quite a good participation from our side, from the EU member states. The same was happening on the CELAC side. And they were involved in the drafting of the strategic roadmap since the very early phases. So it was a sort of a co-creation process. Now, one thing which always the senior officials meeting do is to review the progress since the previous one. Like I said, the one before was in 2017, so there was quite a lot of developments to cover. And among the most, let's say, attractive topics in these meetings are always, the first point is the mobility of researchers, and the second point are research infrastructures. Now, in mobility of researchers, this is a huge part of the international cooperation because it's a very attractive part of it. And we already know that about 50% of all these participations from third countries are actually happening through this mobility of researchers, and especially through the Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. So we see all these numbers about the high number of researchers from each side participating in these exchange programs. And this is very important because this kind of free flow of ideas is crucial to excellent science. This is a basis for excellent science. And the other basis of excellent science is, of course, the research infrastructures, because a major part of research globally is happening in research infrastructures. They are the generators of research. So it is absolutely essential for international cooperation to do this kind of linking or matching between infrastructures on both sides, to find partners from each side and to try to link them together. And in this context, we have actually quite a good number of results. We organize special study visits for managers of research infrastructures to visit the other side, the other region, to learn what they are doing and so on. So this was quite a successful part. Now, one point which I already briefly mentioned is innovation, and it's something which is critical to both regions. So all participants recognize this as one of the most important points. And for that reason, the common research area, which originally only consisted of these 3 pillars, has been extended to also cover innovation as the 4th fundamental pillar. So this is the area which we will be focusing on in the next few years. We still have to figure out a little bit how that will work out in practice, but there is clear objective of developing this cooperation in innovation. Now, going to what was previously the third pillar, which are the global challenges. There we have in the strategic roadmap, our focus is on these 4 main areas. And I think that we pretty much already covered a lot of them here in this discussion, because I remember there was a lot of talk about health research, green transition, digital, of course, and innovation. So these, for both regions, are actually very important objectives. And in this very brief chart, let's say, you can see how well both regions are aligned in these priorities. This is actually the participation of select countries in Horizon 2020 for the whole duration. And you can see that these topics like health, food, or environment are the most attractive by far for the LAC researchers. So those are the topics that they predominantly choose when they participate in Horizon 2020 projects. Now, of course, there are also topics like ICT, like information and communication technologies, but obviously the digital technologies cover basically the whole spectrum, because without digital technologies, I don't think that a majority of these research areas would advance far. So this is one of element which is basically transversal, all these areas. In health research, I mean, this is a clear priority these days, only because of the ongoing pandemic, which is really a big problem, not only in Europe, but also in the LAC region, but it also there seems to be a connection problem. So we have all this cooperation in the non-communicable diseases, cancer research, and so on. One item which was very, very highly underlined by the delegates is the connection towards, it was a connection to the existing networks which are already in place for various goals. For instance, the Chronic Disease Alliance, infectious disease prevention, collaboration, and so on. So that's a very important item. And finally, what was also emphasized during this meeting is the collaboration in exchange of data. Open access to data is one of the key requirements for this kind of research. So we have our own European data platform on COVID, for example, which is also open, which can be used by researchers from LAC. So this is a very important element. Now, in green transition, there were several points which were discussed. Obviously, like I said, and like you saw in the chart before, this is one of the most attractive items also to the LAC side. So these few items were the ones which were discussed, I think, most prominently. So everything related to wildfires, which have direct impact not only themselves, but also to the greenhouse gas emissions. Up to 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions are actually caused by wildfires. And both regions have huge problems with that. So southern part of Europe is experiencing them regularly. Last year, we also saw the stories coming from Brazil, from Bolivia. So this is a huge problem which should be tackled. Again, like I mentioned, it's everything related to agriculture and sustainability of the agriculture and so on. I think that also marine research is something which will be very high on the agenda, has already been, but it will be even more intensive than before, because the link between both regions is clearly, that's the Atlantic Ocean. It's something which we both share, LAC and the EU. So that should be very, very high on our agenda for the next years. Now, digital transformation, we spoke a lot about this. From our side, there are these main areas of cooperation ranging from infrastructure. It was already mentioned, I think, briefly, the LAC cable, which is supposed to and which will link the EU with Latin America, and through the terrestrial link in the future, the rest of the region, which will be equally important. That means not only the connection between the two continents, between Portugal and Brazil, but also the extension of the cable, the terrestrial part, which will then connect the rest of the region, which is equally important, so that the whole LAC region can be reached by this cable. Because the LAC cable is a big enabler also of the research and innovation cooperation, because there we can use this additional capacity and connectivity to exchange data and to cooperate more closely between us, for instance, between research infrastructures. The second point is the joint work on digital standards. So definition and interoperability, which would be key for our own, let's say, interoperability between our systems. The third point is the digital skills, especially in the areas like big data, artificial intelligence. And final point, that's of course the issue of trust and security, which is a key element in all these digital systems, because without that, we cannot really properly safeguard our digital lives, our economy, and so on. So this is absolutely essential. Now, finally, there is also the question of open science, because open science...
Finish, please.
Yeah, okay, I will finish it very soon. So open science is something which is also a transversal topic for all these areas, and we should, work towards this openness in the way how we work with the scientific data and produce, for instance, in research infrastructures and so on, exchange, etc. So this is the last point on my side. The next, let's say, steps will be the work program Horizon Europe, the first one, which will define or give insights into the first course of proposals, which will be very important to properly prepare for the first course, which will be coming up later this year. And the second one is a work with the national contact points, which in each country acts as sort of a link between the framework program and between the local scientific communities. So they are the ones who can also inform the communities about the opportunities, how they can participate, and work with them closely, to bring them closer to Horizon Europe. So that is it from our side. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you very much. The last point was, of course, the network of the national contact points, and these are the networks in the member states, in all other third countries as well. In all countries, these networks are established, and these are actually the key networks that are actually also fostered and stimulated to communicate and collaborate with each other. So these national contact points are the key for the successful collaboration. I would just like to emphasize that. Okay, I would invite the next and the last speaker today in this session. This is Mark Litvin, or Litwine. I don't know what is the correct pronunciation. So,
Litvin is perfect.
Litvin is okay, fine. So the floor is yours, Mark, and we already see your presentation. Please.
Okay. I'm sorry. I will access a little bit the time because there is no way to do otherwise. I'm belonging to the DG Directorate General INSPA. It means Internal Partnership. And what is important in this directorate is that really we are fomenting partnerships. In the last informal ministerial meeting between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean states, we announced the launch of a digital alliance. And this will be the object of my presentation now. I will go quite quickly so the people can go home afterwards and take their glass and sleep and rest and so on. But if there is any questions, I'm ready to answer by written or orally after the presentation. This is really something we would like to do. The Digital Alliance is an example of something we can go beyond simply what we have in the past, development cooperation. It's really an example of what should be our relation in the future, which is a win-win relation, and exactly what where we have a mutual benefit in the digital connectivity in Latin America is a strategic issue. It's very important. Without connectivity, there is no digital transformation. There is no Industry 4.0. The connectivity rate is increasing, but there is many gaps among the country, gaps within the countries. There is, for the moment, almost 37% of the population with no access to the wideband. But at the same time, this is a large opportunity for investors. And this is something we have to take in mind. Why these geostrategic issues? Because we have competitors in the world, in particular China, which is very aggressive, like for the moment, vaccine against buying our technology, 5G. We have also the Silicon Valley and so on. But what we can see is that Latin America has a rapid uptake of new technology. The increased access of broadband so that there is something we can take profit. At the same time, the rate of innovation within the private sector is far below the average in the rest of the world, especially Europe or Asia or the United States or Canada. But the productivity gaps is very high. SMEs has only 6% of the competitiveness of the large companies. Just bear in mind, those large fields in Argentina or in Brazil producing agricultural commodities and the very small, say, agriculture within the mountain in Bolivia. By example, in Europe, SMEs are 66% in average of a large European company. What we propose among the challenge, the opportunities, it's first, digital literacy. There is a gap of 500,000 skilled workers in the IT sector in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And at the same time, there is no real mobility among the countries. So this is an opportunity to work. Public policy, they are updated. They are not adapted to the digital ages today. Public policy should be adapted. We are an example for public policy, by the way. Last year, we co-financed the Latin American Economic Outlook, and it shows how the EU is attractive in terms of public policy and how we could influence Latin America and create a real digital integration in this country. Cybersecurity. No country, my colleagues spoke about it, no country is cyber ready. I don't speak about cyber criminality, which is another subject, but cybersecurity is at the same time technical, but also all the problem of security of networks of something. Investment. The EU is the first investors in Latin America, and this is something we have to bear in mind and gave us quite a power. We are ready to invest more in this part of the world. 5G, we have an example of a very large knowledge of 5G. Artificial intelligence, we spoke about it during this meeting, but also internal of things and so on. What we have really as an advantage. First, our human-centric approach all over Europe is very attractive. This is something we are the only one able to create in the world. The European Union is the only one able to somehow control this kind of digital policies. We have a competitive advantage with our colleagues from R&I that are pushing the innovation. We have this digital single market, which is working well. Every body spoke before in this meeting about the collaboration with another European country, another European institute. The digital single market is a reality. And we have fruitful models of cooperation. So indeed, we propose to push the digital transformation between the European Union and Latin America by helping connectivity infrastructure. I speak mostly not on commercial infrastructure, but like we said, I'm in charge of the Bella T, the terrestrial part of Bella, but increasing the possibility for innovation to use large possibility of data connection between Europe and Latin America and within Latin America. We can help them also to adopt regulatory standards, policy cooperation, digital skill through adequate public policy in Latin America. We already worked and we have some experience in Brazil, in Argentina, in Mexico, but other countries, even the smallest one, needs also to improve its public policy. The digital diplomacy is something we have all to increase. Our diplomatic networks, the Commission one or Member States one, are not very familiar with all the digital transformation agenda. And this is something we have to deal with, we have to learn. And also, one of our proposals is to create a digital accelerator where public institution, private sector, NGO, foundation, and so on can meet, expose their and respond to the demand. This is partly commercial. It's helping also our own industry and innovation center, academia, and so on. This is absolutely, I think, where the European Commission could play a role of catalyzer, in particular for a small country like mine and yours, and where we can also help small and medium enterprise that have little possibility to make commercial mission to Latin America to find the counterpart, and also where we can assess and advise how to deal with digital for the green challenges. Well, my colleagues speak about Bella, and Bella has two parts. One is the submarine part of the submarine cable, Bella S. The other part is Bella T. Bella T is terrestrial, is the extension of the connectivity through Latin America and the Caribbean. We definitively would like to extend Bella T in the future. Standard partnerships, I think I will skip that if people would like to sleep. The accelerator is really, it's a virtual platform when we could create an ecosystem able to implement really what we call the EU LAC Digital Alliance. It's where I think everybody, any member states, any member state institution or foundation or whatever could join and meet and work together with a common objective. Finally, we consider within our technological digital issues also the Earth observation and all the spatial technologies. In particular, Copernicus. Copernicus is a wonderful tool for monitoring deforestation, green, I'm sorry, all what is green. And we are under discussion for the moment, first to have an emerging management data center in Panama and a backup calculus center in Chile. Both will help to disaster preparedness, but also could be very useful tool for all the green technologies within Latin America and the Caribbean. I speak a lot only on Copernicus, but also other spatial technology are concerned. It's late, I will stop there. I have been a little bit faster than I would expected, but I think it's better for everybody. I hope you will understand everything. And if not, please, we are available. And this is the future, please. This is not ongoing yet.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you very much for a very sympathetic presentation.
Now, actually, all the speakers have finished their presentations, and the floor is still open for a few questions. We are a bit over the time, but still some questions, comments from the side of speakers, the participants. We have a few ambassadors with us. The floor is open. Any recommendations, suggestions? Yes, please, Director Andalou.
Maybe just another comment for the presentation of Daniel. He mentioned that 50% of participation is due to Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. And I would highlight that this is really a very useful instrument also for attracting foreign researchers in Slovenia, for example. It's one of the few instruments that we are very good in Slovenia in obtaining these funds. Moreover, Slovenia is giving additional financing if the fellows do not get funded, but they obtain seal of excellence from European Union. So this is really a very useful instrument. In our case, for example, we have 16 such researchers at the Institute coming from all over the world. And this is indeed a good chance for researchers from Latin American regions to come to European institutions. And I would really promote to use this mechanism more and encourage European Union to invest even more into this kind of mechanisms, which allow networking and internationalization of countries which are not so well developed in their system of research, development, and innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for this. I couldn't agree more. Absolutely.
Andrea, please.
Yeah, but Mr. Renato Mosca was before me, so he has also the hand raised. No? Okay. Yeah, so
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. So I would like to add further to this comment, and I agree completely. We do have 4 Marie Curies as well at InnoRenew, but one thing that I find it very important is the continuation and to keep these researchers with us or to have a follow-up actually programs, also because during the time they're working on these projects, they cannot be officially on any other. So it means that it's always kind of like a gap. And so if there would be any tool given by European Commission that would enable then like this reset of like 6 months after they complete the Marie Curie funding, I think would be very beneficial. And of course, also I think that bilateral projects that Slovenian research agency is having with certain, or had in the past with certain countries, I think that this is something we should encourage on national level, that we would may have more of those. Of course, they're not having much of the funding, or there isn't like opportunity to do a lot of research wise, but even just the networking and getting to know the way we work in different areas of the world is very beneficial, especially when we come to innovation. That's how the innovation comes, when we are drinking different coffee, where we are drinking coffees in different countries together, and different coffees as well. So it's as a comment, I would just say.
Thank you, Ambassador Mosca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Velasco. I would like first to congratulate you as a moderator and the high level of this seminar we are having. It's really impressive. I'm new in all these fields, and I'm trying. Probably I will need some hours to digest the information, but this is essential because this is the future. And saying so, I would like to make a very simple question to Mr. Litvini about what is exactly is Bela tea, because he said that it would be interesting to extend this to the Latin America, and I would like to have a brief idea what is this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. BELAT means building link between Latin America and Europe. It's a part of a cable. It's a reserved right of use of the transatlantic cable coming from Portugal to Brazil. It's the only available large direct cable with a large capacity from Europe to Latin America. Until now, all the data are passing through the United States or within the cloud, but we don't have a direct connection. This right of use is 20% of the capacity of the cable, has been financed by the European Commission to different DGs. My colleague from RNI, Horizon 2020, paid a part of it. We paid also part of it to our counterpart, which is Giant, the manager of the connection within Europe, and Red Clara doing the same in Latin America. This is BELA-S. Arriving in Latin America, we are building the same kind of partnership within the countries, from one country to the other, slowly, buying right of use or building cable, building connection for within Latin America, and having there a large contribution to what we call the common area of research and innovation between Europe and Latin America. For the moment, the cable has landed in Brazil. Is in Brazil. We had the connection to Argentina done. The connection on with Chile was existing. From Chile, it's going to Ecuador. We are inaugurating for the, I think next week or this week, the connection at the north of Chile to our telescope, the EU telescope in the desert. And from Ecuador, it's going to Colombia, and the connection between Ecuador and Colombia is now down. The future for us will be to connect this BELA cable to Central America, going to Mexico. Our Calculus Emergency Center, Copernicus Emergency Center in Panama is an important element, and that will allow to the European Union to have a direct connection to Latin America, allowing big data to be transferred from Europe to Latin America, and create really a plus for the innovation and the collaboration between, I would say, if I remember well, it's 15,000 center and research institute between Europe and Latin America. So this is why we speak so much of BELA, because it will create really a boost for the relation at technical and scientific level between both parts. Of course, the BELA cable is part of a large cable called ELA-Link, and 80% of this large cable has a commercial purpose, but at least 20% are reserved for innovation purpose. And we hope with that, increasing the possibility for Latin American private sector, the rates of innovation, the rate of investment in innovation, and then have a plus also for the European Union. I hope it's not easy to explain in 2 minutes, but this is more or less the excellent. There is an excellent website. If I can, I will send the link to Mr. Velasco that could transfer it to the interested person.
Yes, please do so, Mark. And I can also inform all of you that all the presentations will be available after this conference. So everyone will be able to see that. Any more questions? Any more comments? or do we have a time for dinner? Actually, in Europe, at least. In Latin America, it's probably more a dinner, lunchtime. So, or time for siesta, maybe. Okay. If there are no more questions, I think this session was very informative. It took 2.5 hours, but still, I mean, we can continue, of course, also with the help, of course, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia and our friends on the other side of Atlantic. So I hope that this third meeting of this kind will continue to the 4th, 5th, and so on, and we will have more and more ties and more concrete people that will collaborate from both sides of Atlantic. So thank you all for very, very interesting information and presentations, and I wish you in Europe a very nice evening. And on the other side of the Atlantic, I wish to our friends and colleagues in Latin American countries and Caribbeans a nice afternoon. So thank you very much and goodbye. Bye-bye.